Alright, we're here. Alright, so I'm not sure how well this stream's gonna go, because I was trying to play a bunch of Apex with my friends earlier today, and my internet cut out about 4 or 5 times, and I had to stop playing. So hopefully, that won't happen to the stream, but we don't know. You never know. So if it turns out this internet keeps cutting out and shit, we might have to give up, so we'll find out. So why people type in Arabic in my chat? I can't moderate that, so I've only got one option, that is to delete it. So please do not type in other languages in my chat, as obviously I can't moderate it. Unless you want to type in Japanese, because then I'm actually learning Japanese currently, so that's actually kind of useful for me. I'll rank you on Apex, and my promo's 2 diamond at the moment. Alright, so we've got a pretty big box today. Pretty big bit of a doozy. Not doozy, that's the wrong word. Pretty banger box, this one. Potentially. You could live in Queensland. I mean, living in South Australia, there is in the more remote area, internet is dog shit. So hopefully, yeah, hopefully we don't cut out too much. 1v1 us, bro, in what, Apex? Hey, I'd smoke you. Chan konnichiwa. Yeah, close enough. Robbie castrated living. Oof. Damn it, Fluffy. Alright, so we've got obviously a pretty banger box today. I've already looked through most of it, I'm gonna be honest. So I know most of what's in here. But we'll have a look at it anyway. Alright. So. Yo. Mr. P Dude. What the hell is that? What is that? He's not raised, he can't understand it, man. No, it's like, I can't, the reason why I have to ban other languages in the chat or delete the messages is because I can't moderate it. So you guys could be typing the most heinous shit in my chat and I wouldn't be able to moderate it. So the only thing I can do is delete the messages. It's the only option. It's not nothing about being racist or whatever, I just can't moderate it. If I can't moderate it, well, I have to delete it. There's no other option. Is any of your voices too low? No. Man, I've had the same. I haven't changed the audio for my stream in decades, or for my videos in decades. So if you can't hear it, it's been the same for God knows how long, and it's been fine for most people. So I'm not gonna change it. All right. So we've got a bunch of stuff to go through today. So I'm not sure whether I want to start with the skills first or start with the cards first, because the skills are quite important for this box, like very important. All right, I've said it enough. From now on, I'm just tying people out to do it. I can't yeah, I can't moderate, guys. So if you type in a different language, and I've already said it, I'm gonna have to start banning people or tying people out. Cards first, do you reckon? Because the thing about the cards is there's so many important skills to go with the cards. It might just be a case if I go through the cards until I need to go through the skills. Because a lot of the skills also won't make sense until I've shown the cards. So maybe it is better to go through the cards first. Skills, you reckon? Alright, I don't know. Let's start reading some shit. Alright, so to start with, we have Imperial Wake... Oh, wait, never mind, ignore this skill. Okay, so the first skill we're getting is a... meme skill, which is for some pendulum thing based on the anime. I'm going to tell you guys right now, okay, you don't need to read this. Just, why is this camera out of fucking whack? There we go. You don't need to read this. Don't bother, alright? Just pretend this skill was there's a bunch of text, just pretend it doesn't exist, alright? I'm going to save you guys the trouble. This one here, ignore it. Alright. I actually don't even know what the skill fully does anymore because I've already forgotten. It's something to do with summoning this dude or something, using your pendulum scales or some shit. I don't know, it's dog shit. Don't bother. Read it? No. I'm going to save myself the trouble, alright? Dude, I have to read this card when it comes up, okay? Save me some time, okay? I have to read this thing. Okay? like, bro. We're gonna, like, come on. Save my voice, alright? Alright, so first skill we've got. Immortal Sun God. You can only spell or summon Winged Dragon of Ra and monster containing that card name during duels where this skill is used. Each of the following effects be used once per duel. Send one the Winged Dragon of Ra or a card that contains that name from your hand to the graveyard, and either add one Winged Dragon of Ra or a card that containing that name or a monster reborn from your deck to your hand, or send it to the graveyard. Alright, so quite a lot of stuff in there. We've got a Foolish Burial or a Search sort of thing, right? Yes, you've got a Foolish Burial, or we've got a Search for any Winged Dragon of Ra card or a monster reborn. Very important as this comes up more later on. We start talking about some of the cards in here that actually synergize with cards like a monster reborn and stuff. Alright. Then we've got the second effect. Add one monster reborn from your graveyard to your hand if you have the Winged Dragon of Ra or a Divine Beast monster containing that name on the field. Banish any the Winged Dragon of Ra sphere mode on your field that was not spell or summoned during this turn at the end of your turn. Alright, so mostly going to be used for the search effect. I'm not sure how this second part of the skill works. I haven't really worked out how this deck functions in general yet, so I'm not really sure why we need to use Monster Reborn when the Winged Dragon of Ra is on the field. I assume it's going to be something to do with putting this thing in the graveyard first, but I thought this thing summons itself from the graveyard by itself, so I don't know what you need the Monster Reborn for. I don't know. I have to sort of check out the check out more about the skill once we go through the cards. But yeah, hopefully this makes the deck really consistent. I'd be so happy if Ra became a top tier deck. Just give us we haven't had a format before where God cards have actually been like a top tier deck. The only time we've had a God card be useful in Duel Links was Obelisk in like Resonator format, God knows how long ago now. So it'd be nice to actually have a meta where God cards were actually usable. So I'm hoping the skill is good. If it's not top tier meta relevant, that's okay. But as long as it's good and this thing makes it alright, then it should be okay. How good a Suship's going to be? No idea, but thankfully they're extremely cheap, so it probably shouldn't matter too much anyway, because you're not really investing much into getting a hold of the Archetype. Yeah, I'm hoping this skill will be good. Hoping it'll be good. There's a lot of hope for this Archetype, because we're getting a monster which has, spoiler alert, fucking 4,000 attack in a 4,000 life point game that's unaffected by everything and can like do a bit of a board nuke sort of thing, so... Well, it can remove a bunch of your opponent's monsters anyway, so hopefully the skill's good. Anyway. Moving on. Is there an animation for the Ra skill? I have no idea. I haven't seen any animations on here, so I presume not. Alright, so next skill. Level 5 Reload. Return one level 5 monster from your hand to your deck and draw one card. You cannot use this skill on your next turn. This will only be used once per turn if you have not used the effect of a monster whose original level is 5. I don't know who this is designed for in particular, but it's a pretty good skill actually, but I don't know who it's designed for. Yeah, it's a weird skill. I don't know what it's designed for or why it's in here. I don't think there's any particular level 5 archetypes in here. There's a Suship thing? They got level 5s? I don't know. I don't know what this is designed for, but it's definitely a good skill anyway. So I'm down for a switcheroo being switcheroo being added to the game. Medolce, maybe. Could be a generic rush skill. I don't think so. I think when Brad and stuff format the website, they put things into order. So I don't think they just stick the rush skill in the middle of the other skills, but I could be wrong on that one. Oh, it's in this event. This is part of the event? What the hell? Well, it's a pretty cool skill either way, so might be worth playing the event just to unlock this thing. I don't think it'll get used in particular for anything. Not that I can think of at the moment, but it's definitely a good skill all around anyway. Thunder Dragon? Yeah, I don't know. Either way, it's a nice skill. It's nice to have some good generic skills occasionally. Alright. The Steering Mayakashi. Now, this skill is very interesting. If you have at least 12 Mayakashi cards in your deck at the start of the duel, then add 3 types of Mayakashi monsters to your extra deck. Now, what exactly this entails, we don't know, because normally we can get people to sort of test out the skills early, but I think Brad said in my Discord earlier that you can't test this one out currently, or at least not test out it fully, so you can't see what we're actually sending to the graveyard, or what we're adding to the extra deck, sorry. So we don't actually know what this is, what cards we're getting specifically. They don't actually specify, so God knows what we're getting in the extra deck. Hopefully it's something good. Alright. You only special summon Mayakashi and zombie type fire monsters to this duel, blah blah blah. You only use, you can also use the below effects once during this duel. If you have Mayakashi Synchro or Link monsters on your field, then pick up to 5 Mayakashi Synchro monsters of a different level from your extra deck and send them to the graveyard. Monsters sent to the graveyard can be special summoned. Very important, because normally, obviously, when you get a Synchro monster and you toss it in the graveyard, but you haven't properly summoned it first, you won't be able to summon it via like a Monster Reborn or via the Mayakashi effects. Skill lets you do that, so your skill lets you put your extra deck cards in the graveyard without doing your link climbing stuff. So you can basically start off by, spoiler alert, going straight into your link monstery dudes, which we'll talk about later, which can revive them to the field. And yeah, it'll just give you a bunch of resources to start doing what Mayakashi does best. It also saves you a hell of a lot of time on doing the synchro climb shit you normally do in Mayakashi. I think you actually get to skip all that with the skill, which is nice because it saves you on the 60-minute timer. You know, Duel Links were a game where the timer is fairly short. At least I think it lets you skip out on doing that. Yeah, I think this skill makes it so that your aim is just to go for the Link monsters rather quickly, I think. Which should be fun. Hopefully this makes Mayakashi a playable archetype. Because currently they're a little bit outdated. Just banish them with the Rose Dragon level 10. Alright, Shadow Weaving Power. Now this skill is the most scary of them all. This deck, will, in my opinion, it's either going to be absurdly broken or probably not that relevant. This is a weird deck to try to work out how balanced it is. Because there's a good chance this just makes the game really unfun if it does become a top tier deck. So I'm really hoping it's not going to be that good. But if it does turn out to be good, that'll be very, very cringe. So this skill at the beginning of the duel adds 1 El Shaddoll Winder to your extra deck. The skill could literally stop there and it'd already be a very scary skill to read. So if you guys don't know what Winder does, this thing must be first fusion summoned, cannot be destroyed by opponent's card effects. Each player can only special summon monsters once per turn while this card is face up on the field. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you target 1 Shaddoll spawn trap card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. So essentially, once you've summoned one time, that's it for your turn. You're done. If your monster is removed, well, you can't summon another one. That's it. You still only get 1 summon for the turn. So this is a very scary card to be added to the game. I prefer they didn't add it, even if it does turn out to be a not so good deck, just because I really don't think Duel Links needs Floodgates. But I'm hoping Normal Summon Neos responds. Normal Summon Neos, Sewer Polymerization, good to go. But yeah. It also has a fairly decent stat line of 2200, and if you're playing Invoked with this, which is quite possible, this thing will be like a 3k attack monster if you try to swing into it. I don't know, it's a very scary card to add. Anyway, the rest of the skill. Also add 3 Shaddoll Fusions and 1 Shaddoll Schism, which by the way is also not in the box, I believe. So it gives you Winder, and it gives you Schism, which is, during your main phase, you can fusion summon 1 Shaddoll Fusion monster from your extra deck, banishing fusion materials listed on it from the field or the graveyard, but it cannot attack directly. Then you can send to the graveyard 1 monster your opponent controls with the same attribute as that fusion monster summoned. So, yeah. Very insane trap card, a very insane monster, all from just 1 skill. And it gives you 3 Shaddoll fusions, which I thought were in the box, but maybe they're not. Oh wait, is Shaddoll fusion on the box? Oh, it's not. Oh, so we're actually not getting the fusion spell either. Alright, so what Shaddoll fusion does is fusion summon with Shaddoll fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material. If your opponent controls a monster though, they'll special summon from the extra deck. You can also use monsters in your deck as fusion material. So a nice little Neos fusion here for Shaddoll as well. All 3 of these cards are incredibly strong, so Shaddoll is actually such a weird archetype, because Shaddoll has a bunch of really insane like cards in the archetype, but their main deck monsters are fucking flip monsters or some shit, right? Or are they? Like flip monsters where you don't really get to use their flip effects that much, so it's a really strange archetype. It's Lunar Light Fusion, yeah. It's a bit stronger than Lunar Light Fusion though, right? Because it can use both resources from deck. Yeah, I can use both monsters from deck. Yeah, you can tell this skill was made, or they added all these cards specifically into a skill to make sure you could only play certain things with this deck. So you can't be doing any Orca stuff, as someone mentioned in the chat. Only one? Why is it only one? Is that actually only one? That you can use from deck? I thought you could use both from deck. It doesn't seem like it's worded in a way where you can only use one. You can also use monsters. It's literally written as plural. Monsters, so it'd be kind of weird if it can only do one. Yeah, but yeah, okay, yeah. Alright. You can only special summon Shaddoll monsters during this duel, except special summon from the extra deck, which is very important because it means you can play this with Invoked, which will be a likely outcome. This deck synergizes very well with Invoked, which is a problem considering I only have 0 copies of Alistair. One of the few cards in the game I actually don't have many copies of, so yeah, hopefully I can play this without Invoked, because that would be really annoying. I don't have to try to dig for that card. Alright, this can only be used once during a duel. Return 1 Shaddoll monster in your graveyard or among your banished cards to your deck or extra deck. Great, so we can recycle the window. Very cool. Very cool. Alright, so that's all the skills we're getting. So a couple of exciting skills here. Actually, 3 really exciting skills. A skill you can completely ignore, and a decent skill that's coming with the event apparently. So, there we go. Alright. You excited for Invoke to come back? It's about time we get, what's her face? Stupid Invoke card we don't have yet. It's about time we get, Macabre. I've been predicting this card to come to the game for so goddamn long, just because I feel like this card is like a Duel Links fitting card at this point. It's like a discard and a gate. It's like totally balanced for Duel Links at this point, and the game is well past where Macabre is that broken. Though Macabre maybe combined with the Shaddoll stuff, maybe that's a little bit too strong, who knows. Alright, so then we've got this 7th anniversary countdown campaign thing where we've got some rush cards and some Dark Magician-y blah 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 stuff. Nothing too exciting there. And then we have Emergency Teleport Bundle. This is an interesting one to be given. This card, I feel like, should probably come as a limit 1. I don't think it will, but I think it probably should. Just because this card is very similar to, like, the spell card for Warriors. Let's just search for a card. This card is incredibly strong in the archetypes it works in. So, Cosmo support? I don't think Cosmo are going to need this. I really don't. Maybe if you don't have many copies of the little guy, but if you have already got 3 copies of the little guy, you probably won't need this, especially with the field spell coming. Because spoiler alert, the field spell's in here as well, so Terraforming and the field spell, I think you're probably not going to need the need teleport. I'm actually not really sure what psychic stuff this is really impacting right now. It's level 3 or lower, right? Psychic. Level 3. Very easier way to do this, but whatever. So is it really only Cosmo that's impacting right now? Yes. It's literally only Cosmo. I mean, maybe Cosmo will play it. I don't really see a reason why Cosmo would need to play it. PK plays it? Really? Could have searched max level. Oh well. Yeah, if this does come as a limit 1, which it might, probably not, but if it does come as a limit 1, I don't think it would see any play in Cosmo, because I think you play Terraforming over this. The field spell is too good. I don't know. I think probably running one copy of this over playing a tin can might even be better, because obviously this one's special summonable, so it's basically the same as having a third copy of tin can. So maybe this just makes the cut by default, just because it is better than playing 3 tin can. But I don't know, Cosmo's about to become a very stacked deck, so in terms of like very tight deck, in terms of having like, there's a lot of stuff to go in there now. So you could probably fit this into Cosmo somewhere. But either way, I don't think it matters too much. Alright, next up. Leaked cards. I don't think we're going to go through these today because they're not in the box, and the box is all we really care about. Bunch of Rush Duel-y sort of stuff. No idea where this is coming from or where this is going to be, but... What the fuck? We're getting this dude? This guy doesn't matter too much either because he's like a anti-target effect thing. Either way, we don't care about this too much because we're talking about the box cards today. So if you want to read those cards, you're going to have to read them on your own time. Plus, I don't particularly feel like reading through Rush cards at the moment, so... Alright. I just realized I was completely forgetting my, neglecting my Twitch chat. I apologize, guys. I completely forgot you guys were there for a second. I'm too used to only streaming on YouTube. My bad. Holy, been neglecting the shit out of my YouTube chat. My Twitch chat. Sorry, boys. Boys and girls, my bad. Neglecting. My bad. Someone ban. You can't ban the streamer. Come on. Alright. So starting us off, we have a... What the fuck is this? Devouring Sarcophagus. When this card destroys battle with an opponent's monster, you can take control of that opponent's monster, and if you do, it becomes a zombie monster. Also, its attack and defense becomes 0. Okay. When your zombie monster destroys a battle with an opponent's monster while this card's in your graveyard, you can banish this card, take control of that opponent's monster, and if you do, it becomes a zombie monster. Also, its attack and defense becomes 0. Wow. I never knew this thing even existed, and that's probably a good thing. Steals your opponent's stuff. It has to be destroyed by battle. Obviously hot garbage, but interesting card to say the least. Pharaoh Archetype. I don't know what this is. It's a weird box to put it in. I get it that we're getting Ra stuff, which is kind of, you know, ancient Egyptian kind of but not sure this makes the cut of the Ra deck, I'm afraid. I don't think it'll make the cut. It's good, Mayakashi can use it. I think Mayakashi will pass on playing this card. Bold guess, but... Huge guess, but I don't think we're, yeah. Still during the battle phase, and there's no main phase too. Not like this. Talking in Arabic timeout, ignoring Twitch chat, bannable. I don't make the rules. Alright, moving on. Gunkan Suship. Alright, so this archetype, by the way, just for more spoiler alerts, there is no ultra rare for. There is only an SR. So this archetype is incredibly free-to-play friendly. Taking after Master Duel, it seems. But Gunkan Suship in general isn't that good of an archetype, so I don't think it'll do that well in Duel Links, but maybe it'll do alright. I don't know. A lot of decks that were shit in Master Duel do a lot better in Duel Links just because of the format, so maybe it'll be better. Alright, Gunkan Suship Daily Special. When you activate this card, you can also reveal one Gunkan Suship card in your hand. Reveal 3 Gunkan monsters from your deck. Your opponent chooses one of them for you to add to your hand. Also shuffle the rest into your deck. If you reveal a Gunkan blah 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 in your hand to activate, you can choose the card to add to your hand instead of your opponent choosing. If this card's in the graveyard except turn or sent there, you can banish this card from the graveyard, then target 3 Gunkan monsters in your graveyard, shuffle them into the deck, then draw 1 card. Alright, so that's a lot of words. Now, the reason this card ever saw play in Master Duel was purely because you're given the option to search at some point, and if you already have the field spell, you might as well grab this, I believe. It's been a while since I've played Suship, but this card, it's not that great. So, it's a searcher, but it's only in trap form. So I think this probably won't make the cut for Duel Links, because the only way you can play it in Master Duel is, like I said, I think you've already got the field spell active, and then you get a search at some point somewhere. So you just grab this thing because you might as well, and there's no other cards to really grab. But it's mostly just it's sort of a searcher and OTK deck. There's not a whole lot of need for it. A lot of words he doesn't know. Okay, I know what's coming, okay? I'm aware. I've mentally prepared myself to read this, okay? I am aware. But yeah, I don't think this will see play in Duel Links, just because I don't think there's enough space. Could be wrong, but we'll see. Field Spell. Alright, so this is searchable off one of the Exceeds, if we got it. I assume we did. One of them could search this thing. Alright. Once per turn, if you normal summon or special summon a Gunkan monster, even during the damage step, you can place 1 Gunkan card from your deck on top of your deck. Once per turn, if a face-up Gunkan monster control that was special summoned from the extra deck is sent to the graveyard by an opponent's card, activate this effect. Your opponent pays life points exactly equal to the monster's defense in the graveyard, then you can apply this effect. Special summon a Gunkan Suship Sari from your hand, then special summon a Gunkan Exceeds monster from your extra deck by using that card you control as material. Alright, so this card will definitely see play just because of off your main just Sushipy stuff. You get to search for this thing. The stacking deck is very useful as well because a lot of your stuff likes to reveal from top of deck and then summon. So this will definitely see play, and it's a very useful card for the archetype. It's honestly not that impactful though as a card, so it's not like this card, although it's really good for the archetype, it's not exactly like this will break the archetype or anything. But yeah, it'll see play 100% because all your Gunkan stuff just ends up searching for it naturally, so. Yeah. Then the revive effect's so much more useful in this game though. So we'll see. We'll see how good this card ends up being. The revive effect is way more useful in this game though. Or the special summon from extra deck thing when one of your cards is removed. Let's see what Suship is asked. It'll probably be pretty bad. So play it at 3 noted. Time for Amogus ships. Oh my god. The payment is not halved. I didn't expect it to be. I guess that is pretty relevant, I guess. If your opponent hits one of your monsters, just reduces their life points by 1 billion. It's kind of weird though, because this deck is meant to be more like an OTK sort of archetype, so. I don't know. It's not exactly like this card's too hard for your opponent to remove. But it probably demands a bit more attention in this game than it does in Master Duel. Why didn't we get this sooner? Good question. Alright, next up we have... What the fuck is this thing? It's Christmas, not Halloween, guys. What the hell is this? Doom Bearer Psychopompos? Okay. Okay, if this card spell someone apply this effect based on whether your opponent has more monsters in their graveyard or more spell and trap cards. Right. Oh, I've got hiccups today. If they have more monsters, banish this card, and if you do, your opponent banishes one monster from their graveyard. Right. If they have more spell and trap cards, send this card to the graveyard. If you do, your opponent sends one monster they control to the graveyard. Okay. During the end phase of the next turn, after this card was banished, you can special summon this banished card. Right. What a weird card. It's a zombie. It's a tuna monster as well, actually. A level 2 tuna monster. I'm trying to work out how this card would actually be, like, used in anything, but probably not. I don't think this card will be used in anything. I think there's too many already good zombie tuners in the game. You probably wouldn't need to use this for anything. Even if this is part of a really, like, decent-ish combo where you're summoning a zombie from deck, would you really want to use this? Probably not. I think you'd probably describe Plague Spreader or something. Why is the monster on the art with a bone clock? Huh? A bone clock? Huh? Yeah, I don't think this card's going to see any play. It's a cool card, though. Interesting card, but I think we've got too many good zombie tuners in the game already that we can use instead. If we plan to play up like a zombie pure deck or something, which I don't think these boxes are exactly encouraging. You're just going to be playing Mayakashi, so... The background is bone... oh, is it? Is it actually? That's a cool little reference if it is. Is it? Might be. The idea of ships made of sushi is still funny to me. Alright, moving on. Gunkan Suship Ikura. Aqua effect. If you control Gunkan Suship Shari, you can special summon this card from your hand. You only special summon Gunkan once per turn this way. During your main phase, you can excavate the top 3 cards of your deck, and if you do, you can either add to your hand or special summon one excavated Gunkan Suship Shari, or also shuffle the rest into your deck. So, important things to know about this card is obviously the field spell, like I mentioned earlier, can stack your deck, making this thing's effect a lot easier to resolve. Also, keep in mind we're playing Duel Links, so hitting cards from this is a lot easier to do because we've got a much smaller deck size. So, slight buff for this archetype considering the format we're playing in, which is nice, but yeah, this card's pretty good. Please tell we're not getting Winder. Oh god, no one tell him, guys. Nobody tell him. Oh god, nobody tell him. Yeah, pretty good card. I assume this will be played a bunch in the deck list just because you have to anyway. Because the Xyz monsters, they require specific names. So if you want to play the Xyz monsters, the correlating monsters have to be played with it. So yeah, even if you didn't want to play this card, you're kind of forced to anyway. Actual Pete Hugo design? Hell yeah. Sushi ships. Well, in terms of lore-wise, it's peak design. The actual card effects are not exactly that great. Well, at least in Master Duel or not. I have no idea how good this deck will be in Duel Links. The main issue with this archetype is it doesn't really have any good ways to do anything. It's like no disruption or anything going first. It just sort of sits there. It doesn't actually really do anything. Going second, though, the deck just spams out a whole bunch of monsters, which is pretty sick. Alright, now time to stop stalling and move on to the card that really matters. The Gunkan Suship Shari. Alright. Aqua Normal, 2000 attack. Finally got to visit the harbour, specialising in Gunkan Suships that I've been curious about for a while. The premium Shari here is limited to 2,000 Suships a year and uses specifically designed smooth aged rice, giving it extra boldness not found anywhere else. The classy atmosphere made my heart sing too. The Gunkan Suships served at a perfect balance of vinegar, nigiri, shine and shape, demonstrating exquisite artisanship. The owner told me we are introducing rich yet mellow-scented Edo Front red vinegar in the near future, which I'm really looking forward to. However, I was disappointed the surrounding seas were a little noisy, so giving it 4 stars with hope for improvements for the future. 4 stars? You get it guys? 4 stars? That's funny. Nah me. God. Yeah, tier 0. I mean, as far as vanilla cards go, though, that is a banger of a lore right there. This archetype is absolutely fantastic for flavor. That one guy on YouTube that said Yu-Gi-Oh! Has no fucking cool lore or card text and stuff, like, come on, man. Have you not read this archetype? It's based as. I wish my rice was as nice as that. True. Alright, next up we have Mayakashi Mayhem, a trap card I've never seen before, so I'm not too keen for it. I assume it's not that great. If a zombie secret monster is special summoned except from the extra deck, even during the damage step, you can apply one of the following effects. You cannot apply the same effect for the rest of this turn. Draw 1 card. Okay, actually not that bad. Set 1 Mayakashi spell trap directly from your deck. Also not that bad. Send the 1 monster with the lowest attack your opponent controls to the graveyard. Actually not that bad either. 300 damage to your opponent. Oh, this card isn't that bad. I've just never seen it before. And it's continuous too. Interesting. This card is actually not that bad. Mayakashi's a search for this kind of stuff too, right? A little bit too slow. It's a trap card. Its aim is to remove things. What do you mean? It's like this card doesn't have removal on it. This card has removal or the draw. I don't have my alerts on. I think I just got to donate, but I haven't got my alerts on. Let me turn them on real quick. Hopefully they'll still play. Interesting. I'm actually kind of interested to see how trap draw bad. Yeah, but this card, I don't think you guys are understanding. This is a draw, or you're sending 1 monster with the lowest attack your opponent controls to the graveyard. So it's removal or a draw. So it's a choice. Wait, can you use each of them throughout the turn? Can you use all of them in 1 turn? Not that you'd be able to, but... The card's not cool. I think you guys are thinking too much of Master Duel. I don't know if this card will be good or not, but don't think just because of Master Duel this isn't going to be played. Because in Master Duel, it's not played because no one cares about anything other than the... If you're playing the Master Duel version of this deck, all we care about is the really boring... Oh my god, hello. Not spell like that? Oh, my, In Master Duel, all you're doing is activating this thing, and that's it. That's your turn done. You just floodgate your opponent. I think it's this one, right? Your opponent cannot target the card of his turn. Wait, no, it's not this one. Wait, where is it? This one? I just read the same card twice. Wait, no, is it this card? Oh no, it's this one. Tribute 1 Mayakashi monster. Neither player can spell or summon monsters in the hand deck or extra deck. So, Mayakashi in Master Duel is nothing like in Duel Links because the entire deck just does this. Floodgate your opponent pass. Very boring deck. So will this see play in Duel Links? I actually don't know. It is a searchable card. I like the idea of having a bunch of effects you can use. Because three of these effects are all fairly decent, so I wouldn't be surprised if this sneaks into the deck at one copy, especially if it's searchable. Its removal, its draw, it could be a good card. I have to wait and see. With just sub notification, I think it played with the alerts. Let me see if I can replay it. Is that gonna play? Oh, no text to speech? Fuck. Alright, I just have to read it out. This new box is a must for those who play Ra, the yellow says Orange Dragon, aka Kentucky Fried Chicken. Even though it's not a dragon, it's a god card. Also, how are you doing, Mr. Lynn? I'm doing fantastic, buddy. I had a pretty good Christmas, outside of having to make a video on that day, so the actual, having to work on Christmas was kind of lame, but it was alright. Thanks for the resub though, buddy. Appreciate it. Alright, yeah, no idea if this card's going to be played or not. I hope it does, though, 'cause it seems like a pretty fun card. Would like to give it a try, especially if it's searchable. So maybe you can slot one of these into the deck list, especially if the deck isn't, because Mayakashi's a one-card combo deck, right? You just summon this dude and you're good to go. So if it's a one-card combo deck, maybe you can sort of slip in tech cards like this, which would be kind of cool. I wouldn't be surprised if one copy of this makes the cut, but who knows. Alright. Machina Defense Perimeter. While you control a level 7 or higher machine monster, your opponent's monsters cannot target level 6 or lower machine monster control for attacks. Also, your opponent can target them with card effects. Okay. So then you control level 7 or higher, though. If face-up machine monster control is destroyed by a card effect, you can target one machine monster in your graveyard, add it to your hand. Right, this card's pretty dog shit. This one's in a skip rather quickly. It's called Machina. Dude, I'm not gonna. Every time I see that, I just think of fucking fucking Trump's voice saying China. I don't know why that comes up all the time. That's what I think of. That's what my mind goes to immediately. Machina. I can't, man. I can't. BS support? Is that it here? Machina? I'm just going to call it Machina, alright? I have no idea if that's how you pronounce it. I don't care. I'm just going to call it Machina. That's how it would be pronounced if this was written in English, okay? Alright. What the hell is this thing? This is a Shaddoll card? The fact I've never seen this thing is also not a good sign for it. Quad Shaddoll Kios? Why is this? Isn't this a... What is this thing? Isn't this a fucking... Oh, I thought it's still like another card for some reason. I don't know why. Alright, you can spell summon a Shaddoll monster from your hand in face up or face down defense position. I see. If this card sends to the graveyard by card effect, you can send a Shaddoll monster from your hand to the graveyard. And if you do, for the rest of this turn, all monsters you control gain a turn. Oh god. Yeah, I see why I've never read this card before. Yeah, I see why I've never read this thing before. Kinda wish I could take my, take the last 10 seconds or so back from my life. Alright, moving on. We've got World Legacy World Key. You can discard one World Legacy card. You can tribute summon one monster during your main phase this turn, in addition to your normal summon or set. You can only gain this effect once per turn. At the start of damage step, if this card battles an opponent's linked monster, you return that monster to the extra deck. Okay, another card that we don't really care about. Yeah, okay. Another card we're probably not going to care about. Yeah. Let's pass on this one. It's only good because it's a light monster. If we are forced to play this for the light, that's fucking tragic. God, are we forced to play this thing? Really? I mean, this does take a light monster. Bro, is there... just play Effect Veiler, bro. Just use Effect Veiler. Maybe play one of this if you desperately want to have a light monster to use from deck. Like, just play Effect Veiler, okay? Just Effect Veiler and call it a day. I really don't want to have to play this card. There's the FBI on our side. Yeah, FBI's in here quite often. It's not even treated as 2 tributes? Oh god. Yeah, this card we don't have to worry about at all. This one we might have to care about for its attribute, but I really hope we don't. I really hope we can just play Effect Veiler and call it a day, if we need a light monster for that. Alright. Next up, we have Tsukahagi, the Poisonous Mayakashi. Zombie Effect Tuner. What is this thing? You can control one Tsukahagi the Poisonous Mayakashi. If Mayakashi monster control except blah 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 is destroy battle or an opponent's card effect, whilst it's in the graveyard, you can special summon this card. You can not special summon monsters from the next deck the rest of the turn after you activate this effect. Alright, so probably not going to care too much about this guy, because the entire goal of Mayakashi is just to loop the one tuner monster we already have, right? It's this guy. Oh my god, why do I keep doing that? Yeah, this guy. So if it's not this card or the this dude here, I don't think we care too much. This is the tuner we're playing, so if this card is particularly good, there's no way we're grabbing this over grabbing this dude. There's just no way. So I guess to be fair, with the new way the skill works, maybe you care more for other tuner monsters and stuff because you don't need to do as much climbing, but yeah, this one I think is the better card. So even if this is a good effect, I don't think it matters too much just because you want to play this thing instead anyway. Here's my consensus of it. It'd be a shame if a Crow ruins Mayakashi's day. Hey, if you want to play Crow, you go right ahead. You can use it on Alistair as well. And they just add it back to hand with their thing. Anyway, moving on. This box looking more and more fun as we go. There's certainly a lot of archetypes in here, that's for sure. Alright, Pinpoint Landing. If exactly one monster is special summoned from the hand to your field, you can draw one card. Okay. You can use the effect once per turn. During your main phase, if you have not drawn a card by this effect, send this card to the graveyard. Wow. That's amazing. Wow. I'm gonna stick 3 of this in every deck I play from now on. That's just too good. That's crazy. Sartic support. Yeah, Sartic really needs more card draw. The +7 from their continuous spell, that wasn't enough. They need a +8, actually. Starry support. Tenyi support. Yeah, let's just keep naming archetypes that special summon, guys. You know, most archetypes in the game special summon, so we go for a while longer if you like. If we'll just keep naming archetypes that special summon that can combo with this card. Any other archetypes, guys? Reread it? Why? The hands in the field? What am I rereading here? Is it Charmer support? Oh my god, it's Dark Magician support? That's crazy. Have to special summon on the opponent's turn? Is it actually? What? If only one monster is special summoned from the hand to your field, and draw one card. Huh? Does it really? I'm gonna move on from this one. Yeah, we get it, guys, we get it. Okay, Gate Guardian Lamau. Okay, Gate Guardian Slumman. Great. Okay, moving on. Steel Swarm Origin. 2 L Swarm monsters. When this card is in the extra monster zone, if a monster would be special summoned from the extra deck to the main monster zone, it must be summoned in the zone this card points to. When this card points to a monster, neither player can target it with card effects, also cannot be destroyed by battle or card effect. Once per turn, when a monster on the field is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can special summon one level 4 or lower L-Swarm monster from your deck in defense position, up to the number destroyed. Alright. So the interesting thing about this card is it forces your opponent to only summon to one zone, and once they've done that, they can't actually summon any more monsters, right? Because they won't have a zone for it to summon to anymore. But normally once your opponent summoned at least one extra deck monster, it's probably already curtains for this card, so... This card also is under the unfortunate circumstance of being part of the L-Swarm archetype. This card's probably pretty good in... if it was not an L-Swarm card. This was L-Swarm's first link. I mean, it's a pretty good card, but the issue is it's in a L-Swarm, and L-Swarm is just... it's not really a deck. I can still summon the extra monster zone. Oh, well. Well, that's also pretty bad for this card then. That means your opponent has 2 zones he can summon to, which is already making this card seem pretty bad. But yeah, even if it was decent, it's in the L-Swarm archetype, so it's going to be bad anyway. Are you planning to make an L-Swarm video? No. The problem with L-Swarm, unfortunately, is although we just got this brand new card, whatever it is, we just got this dude here, which is a card that seems okay on paper, a card that says level 5 or higher monsters cannot be special summoned. That sounds pretty crazy, right? Until you look at the current top tier decks and you realize it doesn't affect Trickstar, doesn't affect Salad, does affect S-Force, I guess, does affect Gandora if they don't go into their Orcus combo stuff first by some means. Doesn't really affect Altergeist. Ubel can normal summon the Ubel, so it doesn't really affect this archetype as much. Doesn't affect Rocket, doesn't affect Live Twin, and Tenyi can literally bounce it from hand if they open way into Fashuda via either of these 2 cards, plus one of their low levels to go into a Link 1. So if their best card in their archetype is a Floodgate that literally doesn't affect 99% of the meta, it's just not really a... it's not really worth playing. So Steel Swarm, not great. It does affect Trickstar and Live Twin? How? How does it affect Trickstar? What, are you trying to special summon... Hey, how does this affect Trickstar? What, you trying to special summon this dude? Your hand trap? Like only one of the Live Twins on the field? Huh? Here's what card we're talking about right now. We're talking about the L-Swarm card. Not the Link, we're talking about this thing. Right now. About Ophion. Okay. I'm explaining why L-Swarm's a shit archetype, because we just got this brand new card, which is like the best card in their archetype, and we can't even really... it doesn't affect anything, so... if their main boss monster isn't affecting anything in the game, there's no real point playing the archetype. Ubel can't use Neo's Fusion, yeah, but the issue with Ubel, like I said, is even though it's meant to be like a counter to the archetype, they can just normal summon a Ubel. They just normal summon it, and then that's an out. So even like one of your best matchups, they still have an in archetype out to your monster, which is not a good sign for it. If I'm being limited to 1 doesn't even matter at all. Yeah, I don't know why they limited that card. Maybe they're scared it'll get taken to other archetypes with like... I don't know how that would work, but who knows. Alright, moving on anyway. What the fuck is this? Peru Shaddoll Aeon? Target 1 Shaddoll monster your opponent you control. Send 1 Shaddoll card from your hand to the graveyard. If you do, the target monster gains 1000 attack and defense, but it's changed to face down defensive position during the end phase. Right, is this like Alistair at home? The 1000 attack buff? I think we just play Alistair instead, guys. How about that? If you want the attack buff so badly, just play Invoked. How about that? I think we can pass on this one. This is a hard skip card. Alright, holy, who is this? Mischief of the Gnomes. This turn, reduce the level of all monsters in each player's hand by 1. Okay, that's kind of amusing because it fucks over it fucks over my boy. It fucks over my boy, the L Swarm monster. Holy shit. We found the counter to Ophion. Just activate this card beforehand. Oh my god. Actually, is Ophion only from extra deck? Is it just level 5 or higher, or is it on the extra deck? I don't know why I'm even checking this. It's just level 5 or higher, okay. Anyway. You banish this card from your graveyard this turn. Reduce the levels of all monsters in each player's hand by 1. Okay, well... There was a time in Duel Links where there was a card very similar to this that was a continuous spell that actually saw some play because it counted Xyz plays, but unfortunately, we just play that card over this one if we wanted to play it, and we're probably not going to be playing that card, so yeah, maybe some stupid meta will come up where you want to reduce cards in hand or something to just screw over Xyz decks or something, and some might take this card, but it's probably not going to see any play. Alright. What is going on in this card art? Yeah, Steigen Juge. I might as well bring it up on stream, I guess. This card. This card actually saw play quite a bit in Duel Links, just because it was a very good way to deal with Xyz metas. And it doesn't fuck over your own monsters, so that's pretty cool. Alright, Winder is crucified, I guess. Nef Shaddoll Fusion. Activate this card by declaring 1 attribute. Equip only to a Shaddoll monster and it becomes the attribute. Okay. During your main phase, you can fusion summon a Shaddoll Fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material, including the equipped monster. Oh, this is a fusion spell. Right. I mean, I don't think we're using this because we've already got 3 copies of the fusion already, and we're probably going to be playing, or potentially playing Invoked, and there's already another searcher up here or something. There's already a quick play fusion up here, and we've got the trap card for fusing. I think we've got the fusion spells covered, guys, so it's probably not a bad card, but it doesn't really matter when we've got so much fusion already. Yeah, we've got the trap card, 3 copies of the spell card, potentially Invocation, and of course we've got quick effect, El Shaddoll Fusion over here. So all that stuff in mind, you're probably not going to use this. Does solve the light problem, but I feel like just playing Effect Veiler solves that anyway, so... We don't have a Macabre, why we want to play Invoked. Invoked just has just natural synergy and just in general. Just having a way to search for a fusion spell, just a normal summon, is fairly decent. Especially considering this Archetype as a whole, if you really think about it, doesn't really care for a normal summon. Because all you're doing is, what's your normal summon going to be? Set a Shaddoll monster? Which don't really, like, it really doesn't achieve a whole lot setting these cards. It really doesn't. Most of these cards just want to be sent to the graveyard.
Card games on motorcycles!
So like just normal summoning Invoked Alistair is generally just a fairly decent normal summon for the Archetype in general. Can you attach it to opponent's monsters? I don't... It wouldn't really matter anyway because it only lets you use your stuff, right? Yeah, it only uses your hand or your field. So it wouldn't matter too much. You could use this on an opponent's monster if you felt like it, but it wouldn't let you fuse with it. And you can only equip it to Shaddoll monsters anyway, so you have to select a Shaddoll monster your opponent has. Mathematician in the game? I use that, hang on. This guy? Ooh. He's not in the game though by the looks of things. I don't see him listed anywhere, so I don't think this guy's in the game. Neos Fusion in Shaddolls? Probably not. We're not that desperate for their effects. think the deck's going to be pretty stacked. I think you have enough room for it. Winder and Kaliga. If you can get both those out in one turn, that'd be pretty fucked. That'd actually be pretty fucked. Alright, where the hell am I up to? Here, okay. El Shaddoll Wendigo. 1 Shaddoll monster plus 1 wind monster. Must be fusion summoned. Quick effect. You can target 1 monster you control. This turn, it cannot be a straight battle with an opponent's special summon monster. You can use each of the effects once per turn. If this card's into the graveyard, you can target 1 spell trap card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. Yeah, this card, unfortunately, it's probably one of the on the weaker side of things for the as far as the Shaddoll cards go, so I don't think we care too much for this. I don't even know what wind monster you would play for it. He's a wind monster. Yeah, I don't know what wind monster we're using this thing for. Yeah, this one's a hard pass from me, I reckon. There's no wind monster to play with it, so... yeah, it's a Ritual Beast turned evil. $2,800 defense discounted Cogitus. It's definitely a discounted Cogitus. Super Player would go hard though, I guess. I don't think there's only that many win targets in the game, right? There's one that came out recently that I spoke about, but I've already forgotten what it was. Super Player is gonna be really good in this deck in general, by the way. Yeah, I think you're 100% using your limit 1 slot on Super Poly if you can. Oh yeah, this is the Ancient Warrior. It's really good against Ancient Warrior. So I guess if you want to have a Super Poly target, maybe you got room in the extra deck, you might run this just for that, but preferably don't want to run this thing. But you are right, it's a good Super Poly target. Alright.
Card games on motorcycles!
Shaddoll Winder in the box? No, Winder is coming via a skill. Down here. Coming via a skill. Alright. Then we've got, next up, is that the Stone fucking Warrior, whatever his name is? Stone Soldier, or whatever you call him. Target 1 defensive monster you control with 1,000 less defense, draw 1 card. Also, that monster cannot be a straight battle this turn. That's crazy. What a great card. Honestly, we should probably be playing 16 of this in every deck. Honestly, it's just too goddamn good. 1,000 worth of defense? That's crazy. And it draws a card? Holy. It's too goddamn good, man. It's just too goddamn good. +0, what a card. Alright. Next up we have Shaddoll Hound. Flip effect. You can target 1 Shaddoll card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can target 1 monster on the field, change its battle position. Alright, so... I don't quite remember which actual Shaddoll monsters are super useful, the ones that are actually main deck ones, but I don't think this card was one of them. I mean, adding cards from graveyard to your hand is nice, but the flip effects in general, you don't really care about too much. It's more the graveyard effects, if I'm remembering correctly with this archetype, so probably don't care too much about this one either. Battle position changing isn't too bad, I guess, but yeah. Probably not anything more than like a tech card you run at maybe 1 because you want to send this to change a battle position at some point. But I don't think you'll run this card. I think the deck list is going to be fairly stacked already, especially considering the skill forces you to play 24 cards if the skill forces 24 cards, right? Where is it? Because it gives you this thing at 3, and it gives you one of these. So yeah, you got 24 cards already. I think playing any more cards in the deck, and you're just asking for bricks. So probably not going to play this. Alright. Next up we have Shaddoll Core. This thing has a good graveyard effect if I remember correctly. Special summon this card as an effect monster. Okay, that's okay. If summoned this way, you can substitute this card for one fusion material that lists an attribute on a Shaddoll fusion monster's card. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can target one Shaddoll, spell a trap card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. Alright, so I do remember this thing from something. I remember playing this in some deck at some point, because it's very good in mill decks that mill a shit ton of your deck, because you mill this card, and then if you accidentally milled like a fusion spell or something, you can add the fusion spell to your hand, or if you accidentally milled your trap card, you can add that to your hand, that kind of thing. In Duel Links though, I don't think this deck's going to be... I doubt it'll be a mill deck. You probably could try to build some sort of Light Sworn mill thing, but I don't think, yeah, I don't think a Duel Links will be doing too much of milling with this thing, so you won't play it. Definitely not great. Alright, Sinister Shadow Games. What is this thing? Send one Shaddoll card from your deck to the graveyard, then you can change any number of face-down defense position Shaddoll once you control to face-up defense position. Okay, so there actually is a card in this archetype that can trigger the flip effects. I didn't even know that. I actually didn't even know that. Actually a good card? Debatable. This doesn't really fit with what you want to do with this archetype most of the time. I think you're sort of trying to set up Winder with this deck, right? But I guess if you're using Schism or whatever, you can just do the Winder during your opponent's turn anyway. Is it searchable? It doesn't even have Shaddoll in the name, so I doubt it. If it was searchable, it's pretty useful because one of these has like a Man-Eater bug effect, I think. Yeah, there's a Man-Eater bug effect, so there are some things that are useful that are good flip effects. But I think in general, I don't think this archetype relies on the flip effects to win games, so if that's the case, we're probably not caring about this, sadly. Especially considering it's not searchable. If it was searchable, maybe you'd care about it, just a one-off just to set up a certain turn one or something, but yeah. Alright, Curse of the Shaddoll Prison. Each time a Shaddoll monster is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, place one Spellstone counter on this card for each monster. All monsters your opponent controls lose 100 attack for each Spellstone counter. Each time you fusion summon a Shaddoll fusion monster, you can remove 3 counters from this card to choose one appropriate face-up monster your opponent controls as one of the fusion materials. Okay, so this allows you to use your opponent's stuff. So this card's also not searchable. And it requires you to put your Shaddoll monsters in the graveyard, which is generally going to be done via fusion effects. So that makes the point of this card fairly pointless if you already started putting things in the graveyard already. Yeah, just play Super Poly, boys. I think we're good on this one. Yeah, all that text to do absolutely nothing. Maybe if this was a mill variant, but I really don't think we're milling in Duel Links. I just don't think it's just not... We don't have enough good mill cards in this game, with Light Sworn being really the only good stuff we have, so... Yeah. Unlucky. Alright. Shaddoll Falco. Pretty adorable looking card art. You can target one Shaddoll monster in your graveyard except Shaddoll Falco, special summon it in face down defense position. Okay. If this card is into the graveyard by card effect, you can special summon it in face down defense position. You can use the effect once per turn. Alright, so that actually doesn't sound too bad, because that can also mean you could use this for... Is this a tuner monster? I don't think that's going to be relevant, but interesting. This thing could be relevant for... You could use it as fusion material, then it will summon itself back to the field, and then you can use it for fusion material again, right? So this card could be really good for double fusion summoning. Yeah, extra body's pretty good. It's only a tuner because of the Gusto Falco. Just had to find it really funny because I don't think we're really going to be playing any... I don't know if this deck has any locks for non-fusion summoning stuff, but it just seems kind of funny in this fusion deck to have like a tuner, but... Really good you only play one? Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. This thing seems really good off of just using your Shaddoll fusion. Putting this thing straight in the graveyard, summoning it back, potentially for another fusion summon. Or just to have another body on the field, because why the hell not? And summon back fusions. Yeah, I think the flip effects of these cards are not something to worry about too much, but I guess the fusion effects, the flip effects do come up sometimes, so... Sounds like Crusadia, no synchros but has a tuner? Do they? Wait, what Crusadia is a tuner? Oh, this guy's a tuner? Okay, anyway, interesting. Today I learned. Alright. The first tuner is also be a flip monster. Another weird fact I learned today. Alright, Light Ray Daedalus. Okay, what the hell is this thing? Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be spirit summoned from your hand by having 4 or more light monsters in your graveyard. It cannot be spirit summoned by other ways. Once per turn, you can target one field spell. Oh my god. One field spell card and 2 other cards on the field, destroy them. Alright. I mean, it's a pretty funny card. This card to me feels like it should have been a toon monster though, right? Shouldn't this just been a toon version of the Daedalus we've already got in a... Just a toon version of Daedalus? So this card works pretty well in Duel Links because we have skills. So a skill puts a field spell straight up on the field before the game even starts. Yeah, but maybe if this was an on-summon effect, it'd be kind of playable, but not being on-summon is pretty bad as well. You have to summon this thing, then activate the effect. That's... yeah. Doesn't need to be your field spell. I don't think many decks in this game are... I guess, actually, there's a few decks that play field spells now. Light Sworn support? I don't think so. I think Light Swords would be happy playing... Light Sworn just barely even plays Judgment Dragon at this point, so... Yeah, just play Levy. Just play Levine here. Alright. Dark Scheme. Alright. Your opponent could discard 1 card to negate this effect. Otherwise, both players discard 2 cards, then draw 2 cards. Okay, that's a brilliant card, guys. I'm definitely going to be playing this. Dark World support. Why is there a random Dark World card in here? What? Do I need to put Dark World in the title as well to show there's more Dark World support in here or what? New Dark World support? Holy, it's crazy. Just a random card to put in here. Anyway. Alright. Kasha. Oh my god. Is this a... Are they adding Kashtira to Duel Links? That's crazy. Alright. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be spirit summoned from your hand by controlling 2 or more zombie monsters. If this card is spirit summoned, shuffle as many other monsters on the field as possible into the deck. And if you do, this card gains 1,000 attack times the number of face-up monsters shuffled into the deck whose original type is zombie. Alright. That's a pretty funny card. But... this requires you to have 2 zombie monsters already on the field. And it's probably not even going to have lethal damage on the attack. So you're wiping your own field to wipe your opponent's field. Pretty funny combo with like Zombie World or something maybe. If that even works that way. Basically Dark World dealings, but 2 cards that could be negated by as an effect. Yeah, I remember that one. The fucking emotes. Fucking Kasha equal Chariot. Fucking nerd. Nice one, dude. Oh shit. There we go. Alright, yeah, we don't care about this card. Moving on. Actually, pushes glasses back. Alright, Machina Force. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned by Commander Convington. Okay. You must pay 1,000 life points to declare attack with this card. You can send this card you control to the graveyard. The target on Machina Soldier, Machina Sniper, and Machina Defender in your graveyard. Special summon those targets. This thing has 4,600 attack? What the hell? I assume this is like an anime meme card, right? I assume this isn't easily summoned via easy means or something. It seems like a load of hot garbage. Here's Commander Covington. Glad you asked. Here he is, Commander Covington. You can send one face-up Machina Soldier, Machina Sniper, Machina Defender you control to the graveyard. Special summon one Machina Force from your hand or deck. There you go. Very cool. And then we have his buddy over here. Look, they saw this archetype and they were like, holy shit. You know what? This effect, it could be game-changing. It's so goddamn broken. We need to nerf this archetype somehow. So they made it into a flip monster. They worked out, they're like, this archetype might be too broken. We better make it a flip effect just in case. You don't want to be able to, you don't want this archetype to be able to search for your Commander Covington very easily, okay? That'd be too broken. Make sure it's a flip effect. This would be too crazy. If you could normal summon this card and search immediately, oh, this archetype would be pretty insane, guys. I don't know. Thank God they made it a flip effect. Block Dragon. Let's stop cooking, guys. Put the chef's hat away. All right, stop cooking. Doesn't that card require you to have 4 monsters on the field? No, only 3, right? Oh no, it does require you to have 4. Wait. Wait, how do you use this? Wait, this requires 4 monsters on the field. Unless one of them's an extra deck monster. Oh, it's getting an errata? Okay, okay. It must be a thing. It must be getting changed in Duel Links or something. Okay, let's move on. Alright, on to our rares. Starting off with a bit of a banger card, this one. The True Sun God. When this card is activated, add one the Winged Dragon of Ra or one card that mentions it from your deck to your hand, except the True Sun God. So already, on top of your skill, already being able to search for your Ra cards, we have 3 copies of a searcher we could potentially play as well. Monsters except the Winged Dragon of Ra cannot attack. At the turn they are special summoned. Once per turn during your main phase, you can send this card from your field to the graveyard, or the one Winged Dragon of Ra Immortal Phoenix from your deck to the graveyard. Then send one the Winged Dragon of Ra from your monster zone to the graveyard. Alright. So this thing has a bit of a slight floodgate where it stops your opponent potentially beating you to death, which is pretty good considering Ra doesn't exactly have any good turn 1 effects. This thing can put your Phoenix straight into the graveyard, which is pretty good for the Monster Reborn type stuff, because it has its own revive effect on it. What did you just read? But the issue with this card, though, is I think it stops your Immortal Phoenix swinging on the turn you summon it, right? I guess if you send this thing to the graveyard, it won't matter, because it won't be on the field anymore. Yeah, it's fine. You can just send it to the graveyard, right? Yeah, it's fine. Sphere for days, I guess. This deck is really interesting to try to work out how good it will be. We'll talk more about this archetype when we get to the actual this card, because this is basically the make or break of the archetype, is whether or not this card's super easy to summon. If it's normal summon, it can still attack. The thing is, we're not really going to be attacking with Ra in the deck. Spoiler alert, you're probably going to be using this thing as your main monster, so I don't think that matters too much. But this thing sends itself to the graveyard anyway, so that removes the restriction. I believe it removes the thingy anyway. Yeah, so it doesn't matter too much. You just use this thing to search for, then you send it to the graveyard, and the restriction's gone anyway. This card's pretty funny though, because I know I played this a lot on Master Duel, this card, and this thing, a lot of the time, people don't read card effects, so they don't realize this thing's stopping your opponent from attacking, or stopping anyone from attacking with their special summon monsters. So you can send Immortal Phoenix to the graveyard, so 1 copy. You mean the 1 copy of the Phoenix? This card's probably going to be a 1 of. Maybe 2, because it's very important for the deck, but probably only 1 could be needed. This deck has a lot of searches. The skill can search as well, and this thing can search for it. You're probably not going to need many copies of this. Plus, you want it in the graveyard a lot of time anyway, and this thing can literally put it in the graveyard. Can the skills search for this thing, by the way? Because it doesn't have Ra in the name. Send 1 Winged Dragon of Ra or card containing the name from your hand to the graveyard. Neither add the Winged Dragon of Ra or a card containing the name. Oh, so it can search for it. So yeah, your skill can literally search for this thing, which is pretty good. Kaiju greater than Sphere. We'll talk about Sphere mode later when we start reviewing the actual card. Reviewing the card. Yeah, Ra should be an interesting deck. I'm curious to see how good it will be. Alright. Gunkan Suship Shari Red. This card's name becomes Gunkan Suship Shari while it's in the hand, deck, graveyard, or on the field. You only use each of the following effects once per turn. You can reveal 1 other Gunkan Suship Shari in your hand, special summon this card from your hand, then you can apply this effect. Special summon 1 Gunkan monster from your deck, except Gunkan Suship Shari, but negate its effects, if any. Then special summon from your extra deck 1 Xyz monster that mentions that special summon monster's name, using that monster and this card as material. So this card, I believe, is the best of the Gunkan Suship cards, I believe. So you're going to want to have 3 of this in your deck. This card is really good. This card lets you Xyz summon into any of the Xyz monsters you want, basically. So, very, very good card.
Card games on motorcycles!
Yeah, very, very good card. Actually cooking. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the best of your Gunkan cards. Xyz Turbo. Yeah, the only downside this card is it forces you to actually go into a Gunkan card rather than just going into a any other rank 4. Can't rank 4 spam as easily with this thing because you have to go into actual Gunkan cards. But it's a pretty good card. It's pretty decent. It's the first card with an effect to change its name while in the deck without conflicting with deck building rules. Ooh. I thought this would be a rush box, I just don't get it. I think Brad brought up a pretty good point for a rush duel. There's a good chance they're doing this, they're making it a speed duel for the anniversary because obviously rush duel isn't doing that great in Duel Links at the moment and they want to make a lot of money. And the anniversary for Duel Links, if you guys don't know, we just look at Steam charts real quick, is a very important month for Duel Links. Because historically, there are a very few points of the year where the game grows pretty heavily. January is always a fairly big one. So yeah, January we had 30% increase after being down. 30% is quite drastic. Where's the last January before this? January, actually didn't even have a big January in this one. But that's because of, the game was already thriving at that point anyway. 25% in this January. So generally, January months are pretty important for Duel Links, so it's kind of hard for them to want to fuck up January months. Anniversary is pretty big. Also, it's important to note as well, Rush Duel only has this many cards, so if they keep releasing Rush cards, then we're eventually going to run out of cards for them to add to the game. So it's kind of hard for them to release a box every month like they do for Duel Links. Like they do for Speed Duel. Or they were doing for Speed Duel. That's because of Master. Was Master released during the same month, or was it released the month after? Maybe it was during the same month. Actually, they were released both in January, weren't they? Yeah, that makes sense. Jan's when we used to get the new worlds? I don't think that's true. January's just always been the anniversary month. New worlds are here. Is that right? Isn't this when new worlds are? October. I don't think January's been New World months. I don't think that's true. Oh yeah, end of January is Master Duel, okay. Yeah, September is New Worlds. The anniversary is just normally pretty big for Duel Links. I think they generally just tend to release really anime stuff for anniversary, so it's mostly like, here's a new Blue Eyes deck, here's a new Dark Magician deck, or here's a brand new whatever structure deck to play, or in this case, here's the Winged Dragon of Ra, you know? So, yeah, anniversaries typically add a lot of players to the game. I wouldn't even be surprised if this anniversary gets Duel Links to have more players than the entirety of the Rush World release. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. If we surpass fucking, well, this number here, I would not be shocked. Like, anniversaries are more exciting than literally world release of Rush Duel, I imagine. Anyway, let's move on to our next contender here. Our first of the Xyz monsters for our Gunkan cards. Gunkan Suship Uniclass Super Dreadnought, 2 level 5 monsters. If this card's Xyz summoned, you can apply these effects in sequence based on the materials used. You can only use the effect once per turn. Gunkan Suship Shari, draw 1 card. This card gains the ability to attack directly. Pretty important considering in Duel Links we have fuck all life points. This thing would hurt quite a lot if it hit you in the face. Once per turn during your main phase or your opponent's battle phase, you can target face-up cards your opponent controls, up to the number of Gunkan monsters you control, spell summon from the extra deck, negate their effects. So, not that relevant. Can have some relevance against certain matchups or whatever else, but generally, it's not super relevant, because most of the time, if you're already able to get this thing on the field, the negate probably won't matter all that much, I'd imagine. And Duel Links is a lot more of a back row heavy game, so there isn't even that many quick effects that are to worry about. Yeah, I don't know. The cards are... This card is probably one of the better of the Gunkan effects, but it's not anything too... Unfortunately, it is during battle phase, during your opponent's turn, so you can't even use this as like your turn 1 play or something, but... It does force out your opponent's removal, I guess, or force out their effects. If you want to use this beforehand. But I guess you just wait to chain it to things or something. Rank 5. I can't remember how exactly, but you can summon this thing does really easily anyway. The rank 5 doesn't matter. You can summon 2 in 1 turn with a Gunkan deck? Yes. Gunkan is very, very good at spamming shit. You will definitely be able to summon multiple of them. You cheered out with red. Where was red? I think we've gone to red already, haven't we? This one? Is this one? And it doesn't really matter. Either way, this card, the level doesn't matter. It's easy to summon out. Just know it's easy to summon out, okay? Just trust me, bro. Source, just trust me, bro. Alright. Oh, this card can cheat it out, okay. Either way, moving on. Let's have a look at Mr. Dreadnought over here. Alright. 2 level 4 monsters. If this card's Xyz summoned, you can apply this effects in sequence based on the materials used. Alright, Gunkan, Suship, Shiny, draw one card. Gunkan, Suship, Ikara. This card can make a second attack during each battle phase. So you've probably already guessed just by reading the first lines of effects from both these cards, attack directly and attack twice. This deck is very good at OTKing, so going second, this deck's going to be a lot better than going first. Because it doesn't have any, it has like no disruption going first. But going second, honestly, not too bad, so yeah, we had to see how good this deck ends up being, but it's very good at killing your opponent. It's very good at Ooga Boogering. Once per turn, when your Gunkan monster spell summon from the extra deck inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can target one card your opponent controls and destroy it. So yeah, this thing can hit directly, this thing can then pop a card on the field, this thing can then attack directly. Your opponent is probably going to be dead by that point, if all that shit resolves. Problem is trying to get all that shit to resolve. Alright, moving on. They're aqua monsters? I mean, what else would you call sushi? They're sushi, man. Sushi's a bunch of fish, so what else would you call them? Sushi also unlocky, so you can go into stuff like Abyss, Dweller, Extinction, and Rage, etc. I think the main issue with that is that things like Shari are only going to be summoning Suship stuff. So you can't really easily summon out like a whole bunch of rank 4s on turn 1 that are not including Suship stuff easily. You can probably summon out at least one, definitely, but multiple would be a bit of a stretch. And just one rank 4 monster doesn't really cut it too much in this game without something to go alongside it. I think, anyway. Fish type? I guess fish type would have made sense. Yeah, that's a fair claim. that is a fair claim. But I'm not much of a Suship expert, so maybe this deck list in Duel Links will be able to summon a bunch of level 4 monsters and go into multiple generic rank 4s, not just Suships on turn 1, rather than just one. Aquafire is based? That is pretty based. They're dead fish? They could be zombie type? Okay. I thought sushi was a raw fish too. If they're fire type, wouldn't they be cooked fish? Very sus. Alright. Hell Shaddoll Hollows. This is our Purgatrio target right here. You can target one face-up monster your opponent controls, summon a Shaddoll monster with its same attribute from your extract to the graveyard. If you do, banish that monster. Okay. Very big stat line, this guy as well. If this card is sent to the graveyard by card effect, you can send cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard equal to the number of different original attributes among the monsters on the field. Alright. Okay, so this card is, I think, something we run if we're playing Purgatrio, and if we're not playing Purgatrio, we're probably not playing this card. I think it was how it will go. This is a good Purgatrio target, and that's the only time we'd actually run it, I think. I could be wrong on that, but I think I guess it has a decent stat line, so maybe you want to summon it off of some of your special summoning Shaddoll things or something, but I think it's mostly just, the tier Shaddoll? Okay, we don't have tier and Duel Links, okay? Settle down. But this is our Purgatrio. There's no other fire Shaddoll monster, right? So yeah, this probably be a...
Shut up, Mokuba.
Probably be a Purgatrio target, if you want to play Purgatrio, that is. Hey, thanks to the raid, buddy. Appreciate it. Mr. Acceleration Gate. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I don't think I'm not too keen on this card, but it's mostly just if you want to play Purgatrio, I think. Alright, moving on. Sun God Unification. What the hell is this thing? I don't think I've ever seen this before. If you control a monster whose original name is the Winged Dragon of Ra, you can activate this card the turn it was set, okay? During the main phase, you can pay life points that you only have 100 left, okay? Spirit Summon the Winged Dragon of Ra you control gains attack equal to the number of life points paid, even if this card leaves the field. Isn't that even Ra's effect anyway? Once per turn, you contribute one Winged Dragon of Ra, gain life points equal to its attack? What? So why exactly do you want to use this thing? Why exactly do we want to use this thing? This thing is this thing just copying Ra's effect? I guess you just want to heal yourself during your opponent's turn, I guess. Alright, if we have to play this in the deck list, we know Ra is doomed, okay? So let's just pretend this card doesn't exist and move on. Machina Eradicator or Eradicator. You can discard one other Machina monster, Machina monster, spirit or summon this card from your hand. You can target one machine monster you control, spirit or summon from your graveyard or machine monster with a different name and an equal or lower level than that monster. And if you do, destroy that targeted monster. Okay. This card seems pretty bad as well, right? Unless I'm missing something here. This card seems pretty bad. Is there actually any good Machina cards in this box? Oh yeah, these guys are coming up, okay. -1 for what? I don't know. You're discarding to summon this card to then pop sling on your own field to bring back the thing you discarded, I guess? Yeah, I think if we're forced to play this card, once again, you're playing a doomed Archetype, so I think we're going to ignore this card as well. I think. Below level 8? Oh god. It's broken, is it? I'm not much of a machine earth player, so maybe it is insane, who knows. Alright. Machina Air Raider. You can discard one other Machina monster, spell summon this card from your hand. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, you can target machine monster control, spell summon from your deck one machine monster with a different name and an equal or lower level than that monster, and if you destroy that target. So this can summon out Machina straight from the deck? Is this relevant at all? Is there some like card you're summoning from deck that instantly destroys one of your opponent's monsters or something? This is good? What's your target? What are you summoning with this thing? What's the aim? What's the combo here, boys? What are we summoning with this thing? The level 8? With level 7? So not this guy. There's a card not in this box. We're talking about the We're just talking about this dude. This guy. Is this guy too high level as well? It's just to trigger the boss monster. So is this thing... Oh, so it's just to trigger this thing's, like, whatever this thing's effect is, which we'll read in a bit. So it does not particularly matter which card we're summoning off of this. It just matters that we're triggering this card's effect. Is that how that works? So we're literally just using this thing to pop a card during our opponent's turn to trigger this dude. Doesn't particularly matter what we're summoning. That's not the point of it. Okay. Pop Citadel. Okay, so popping the Citadel. Okay, so it's all to do with this card. So we'll read this card in a little bit. Alright. Next up, we have a continuous spell called the World Legacy, which has a nice card art, which was used as a background in Master Duel at one point as well. Oh god, losing my voice. Alright. You can only control the World Legacy... Fuck's sake. Each time face up level 5 or higher monster is sent from the field to the graveyard. Place one counter on this card for each sent, max 7. You can send this card with 7 counters to the graveyard. Spit or summon Cyber Sleep monster from your extra deck. Alright. Yeah, this card is a huge pipe dream, this one. It's a great card art, fantastic card art, but I think it's a bit of a pipe dream if you're able to use this thing. This is like the ultimate win more card. This is just like, oh yeah, if you manage to summon 7 monsters or something, or get 7 monsters sent, then yeah, just casually get a hold of 7 monsters before this thing gets removed, and then you can summon out a Cyberse Link monster. Crazy. Cheat out Avramax? Is it even good cheating out Avramax? Isn't Avramax specifically need to be summoned from via Link summon? If I type in Apex, holy shit, my Apex brain. Avramax. While this linked summon card, I don't think this is a link summon. It's not even good with Avramax. Yeah, this card we're going to ignore, I think. Alright, a card we're not going to ignore, though. The level 7 Mayakashi. Alright, 1 tuner plus 1 non-tuner monsters. You can control 1, blah, 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 blah. You can use each of the effects once per turn. If a link monster in your possession destroy a battle or opponent's card effect whilst it's in your graveyard, you can banish one of the zone monsters from your graveyard. If you do, special summon this card. So we're going to be putting this thing in the graveyard via, why have I seen a bunch of, why did I see 2 type 7 question mark in my chat? Huh? Anyway, this thing is going to be in your graveyard from your skill, and you can have a link monster on the field. So that first effect is already quite relevant. If this card is special summoned from the graveyard, you can activate this effect this turn. This face-up card is unaffected by other card effects. So does that unaffected only apply for the turn, or is that oh yeah, it doesn't. It does apply only for this turn. So 3300 unaffected is pretty hard to fucking deal with, actually. It's kind of crazy that if you summon this thing during your opponent's turn, a lot of decks in this game just simply can't out this thing. So at the very minimum, this thing just kind of stops you dying. Oh, did I say 7? Oh, my bad. It's yeah, 11. My bad. They're pretty similar numbers, okay. He's gaslighting chat. Literally gaslighting chat, okay. Yeah, this card's pretty sick. You just summon this thing and a lot of decks can't out it, so it just sits there and your opponent's just like, oh, well, alright then. Guess I passed my turn, smile. Time to main deck DD Crow. And if your opponent does manage to out it, it just summons more monsters from the graveyard anyway. And the only real way to out it is to trigger its effect to resummon stuff from graveyard, or trigger the cards in graveyard effect to resummon stuff. Because you have to destroy this thing by battle. You can't remove it via a card effect. So you have to beat over it. If you beat over it, summons out the dude from the graveyard, removes one of your opponent's monsters. So this card alone being added probably means Mayakashi will be, at the bare minimum, a playable archetype. Whether or not they're going to be a good archetype is up for debate, but at least with this thing being added, it'll be a playable archetype. With the skill, of course, being able to dump things into your extra deck. Yeah, not many decks can even out this thing. I've been playing a lot of Cosmo and Duel Links right now, and that's just untargetable. And there's a lot of decks that can't out that. So unaffected as well. Fantastic. So just came back, so what's about the new box? Is it a meta changer? There will definitely be some meta stuff coming out of this, I imagine. I'm super curious as to how good Shaddoll will be. Shaddoll might be absurdly broken or absurdly shit. I'm not sure yet. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here that's very questionable on whether or not it's going to be good or not. And a lot of stuff in here that could be really insane. It's very much up for debate. Either way, it'll be a box with a bunch of content in it, so probably worth going into. Just for the fun factor, you know? Bounce the link or banish and they fold. That's the link monster just summons via quick effect, right? I don't want to spoil it, but I'm pretty sure this card can just revive this thing via its effect. You don't even need to use this thing's effect to summon itself to the field. I'm pretty sure this thing can just be summoned from the link monster activating its effect. So, when's the box releasing? The 1st for me, but the 31st for most of you, I think. So the 1st for Australians, so I think that's 31st for most of you guys, I think. Is that how that works? I think that's how that works. Oh yeah, IDP's in here, by the way, so that might be worth it alone. Alright, next up we have Shaddoll Construct, 2 flip monsters. During your main phase, you can fusion summon one Shaddoll fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material. If this card is in your graveyard, you can send one Shaddoll card from your hand or face up on the field to the graveyard. And if you do, spirit summon this card. Alright. So this card essentially allows you to do fusion summons without having a fusion spell. But yeah, I think you might run this as a one-of in Shaddoll maybe, but I really hope you don't have to rely on this card. I don't think it matters too much. We're probably not using this thing. I think this saw some play in some Master Duel decks purely because it's a lot easier to get cards on the field, so this card becomes a lot more value in this thing. Prediction Princess support. Yeah, but in Duel Links, I don't think we care too much about this. It's pretty hard to get 2 flip monsters on the field, even with the Shaddoll effects. And we've got plenty of other ways to fusion summon without relying on this thing. So it's probably better to just use the material to go into something else. So I don't think we care about this thing. You might play it, but I don't think we care too much. It's cruel support, Kappa. Alright. A card that we will be playing, though, I think. El Shaddoll Fusion. Fusion summon with Shaddoll Fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material. And this is a quick effect. So, this one is searchable, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it is searchable. And because of that, I think it is a card we're going to be playing because quick effects, fusion spells are generally really good at specifically dealing lethal damage. You swing in with one card, activate your fusion spell, fusion summon out another, probably using the monster you already put in the field, and you hit your opponent in the face for lethal. So you're probably going to use at least one of this. How many you play of this, I have no idea. It kind of depends on how easy it is to get a hold of the fusion trap card in here, or your fusion Shaddoll Fusion. Because if you can get a hold of these cards, these ones are probably going to be your main sources of fusion summoning. And this card's going to be sort of a backup plan that you're going to use as a, like to do lethal damage or something. So probably, if it's searchable easily, you might run one of this, I think. Not sure though, I really have to wait and see what, how this archetype functions. It's a very interesting archetype in Duel Links. I'm not sure how the deck's going to be played yet. Yeah, dodging targeting is also pretty good with it. The Pornatoria monster in the card art feels bad, man. Funny how they limited Metal Face Quick Fusion, but that one they leave unbanned. To be fair, if this is the card they limited in Shaddoll, they would be definitely targeting the wrong cards. Shaddoll seems decently free to play. It depends on if Alistair becomes the main way to play the deck, which there is a good chance it is. If it turns out that everyone wants to play Invoke Shaddoll, which there is a high chance that does turn out to be the case, and then you're going to need 3 copies of Alistair, which makes the deck a lot more expensive. But if it's pure Shaddoll, it looks very cheap, because it's literally only Construct is the only Ultra Rare in here for the deck. Shaddoll Orchest won't work, because the skill doesn't let you, and you're 100% playing the skill with this, that's not a question. If you're not playing the skill with this deck list, you're 100% playing it wrong. Alright, moving on. We have Shaddoll Christia, so another reason to play the fire monster. Let's see, what does this card do? I don't even recognize this thing. Must first be fusion summoned. When your opponent would special summon a monster while you have a Shaddoll card in your hand, quick effect, you negate the summon if you destroy that monster. Then send one Shaddoll card from your hand to the graveyard. I didn't know this even existed. This is a negate? Is this work the same way as Roach does? Is this a Roach negate though? Is this an innate summon negate or what? I forget how a Roach works. Is it worded the same? Yes, it does work the same as Roach. Okay, that's a lot worse then. That means if your opponent's summoning off of something like a spell card or something, it doesn't stop it. If your opponent's summoning off of like a monster effect that summons something else, or you're activating a spell card that summons something, it doesn't negate it, right? If that's how that works. If it's the same as Roach. Yeah, can't negate fusion summons. It does stop, yeah, it does stop Exceeds, Link, and Synchro though. Yeah, I think the main downside of this card is it's not Winder. And if you have the option to summon this thing or Winder, you're just going to summon Winder instead. You either summon this thing to potentially negate some things, or you summon Winder and your opponent can't play the game. So I think we're just summoning Winder instead. Yeah, I think that's the main consensus is you could summon this thing, or you could just summon Winder. Just summon both forehead? Yeah, I guess. That is true. I think at that point there's no chance you have a Shaddoll card left in your hand, but maybe. You summon it because you already wasted your one copy of Winder? Ah, see, you'd think that. But then you realize the end of the skill says you could return one Shaddoll monster in your graveyard or banish cards to your deck. So you can use Winder again. There is no wasting Winder. She is reusable. Winder is recyclable. Run it just for Super Poly? That's probably it. That's a fair shout. Yeah, not a bad card, but I think we're going to be summoning Winder instead. It's also a matchup thing. Like, if you're against a matchup where you know for sure your opponent is only going to be summoning one monster on their turn, then maybe this thing's a bit better. But again, got to clarify, this is an innate summon negate only, so fusion summon it doesn't stop, and it doesn't stop the effects of things that summon things. So if your opponent's playing Cosmo, for example, and the Cosmo monster tributes itself to summon a monster from hand, you can't negate that. Doesn't work. So it only stops things that are like synchro summon, Exceed summon. It stops things like the Blue Eyes alternative dragon thing that summons itself straight from hand. Things that typically like summon themselves to the field rather than things that are being summoned via other card effects is generally what it stops. So it's not that great of a negate. Only one special summon? No, it doesn't stop Red Eyes Fusion. Red Eyes Fusion would ignore this. Basically, the easiest way I can explain it is generally, I don't even know if this is actually a rule of thumb or anything, but generally, if the card's being summoned via something else, this thing won't stop it. If the card summons itself, it will stop it. Most of the time, it works that way. It's all to do with a little, like, whether or not it has a... It's a stupid thing. It's all to do whether or not the card has a... the little... I forgot the little... not quotation mark. Whatever the stupid thing is. The dots. Which I think this card doesn't, right? So if it has the two dots, it doesn't stop it. But if it does have the two dots, it does. Colon, yeah. So if it has a colon, it doesn't stop it. But if it doesn't, it does. So something like this card which doesn't have a colon, you're good to go. But things with colons, yeah, you're fucked. Winder is environmentally friendly. It stops tenure, yes, but I don't know if you want to stop tenure. You're just putting them in the graveyard. You're just putting the tenure cards in the graveyard. Wait, this does have a colon. Wait a minute. Wait, this has a colon. I don't think it does. I don't think it actually does stop 10 years. I don't think it does stop 10 years, actually. It does stop the monk summon, though. That is true. It does stop the monk summon. Yes, just look for the stupid little colon. If it has a colon, it doesn't stop it. But in general, most of the time, it's just cards that are summoned by other effects that aren't themselves. It will definitely not stop. Anyway, we spent enough time reading this card. Pretty cool card, but I think we're just summoning Winder instead, so probably don't care too much. Alright. Shaddoll Dragon. Flip. You can target one card your opponent controls and return it to hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can target one spell or trap card on the field, destroy it. You can only use one Shaddoll Dragon effect per turn, only once that turn. You can negate my summon, have a colon too. Shut up. What the hell, chatter? Alright. Alright, so we've got a flip effect to return a card to hand, and if this thing is sent from the graveyard, you can target one spell trap card on the field and destroy it. So this card's definitely going to see play. It's very good to send this thing from the deck to the graveyard to pop one of your opponent's spell and trap cards. Yeah, you're definitely using this card. Both effects of this card are probably as good as they get for Shaddoll cards, so you're definitely going to be using this thing. Might be a 2 or 3 of. Yeah. If we need plenty of Shaddoll names, which you probably do for fusion summoning, this will probably be one of the cards you play a lot of because it's basically as good as it gets for Shaddoll cards. Probably at once since you can't send it so easily. I mean, you can send these cards very easily. So you just activate Shaddoll Fusion when your opponent has an extra Dragon monster on the field, which most decks put Slang on the field. So we'll see. Mostly depends on how many Shaddoll names you want in the deck, how many copies of this card you run. It's a spellcaster, by the way. Does that matter for any reason? Well, Magistus Link. Also, you normal this Magistus Link to. No, this has to be sent by a card effect. That doesn't even work. So what's the relevance of that? Just to make a light monster for I guess to make a light monster for Construct? Is that the relevance of making the Magistus Link? Yeah, just for light monster. Okay, sure. Sure. I think this is a dragon. It's called Spellcaster. Dragons can be spellcasters too. Come on. Alright. Shaddoll Squamata. You can target one monster on the field and destroy it, so a man-eater bug. If this card is into the graveyard by a card effect, you can send one Shaddoll card from your deck to the graveyard. Alright, so this card is also really good. Because this one you send to the graveyard, and then it can just send any of the other ones. Plus, it has a man-eater bug effect. So, very good at stacking up your graveyard with resources. Also very good at putting particular attributes in the graveyard. So, if you wanted to play one copy of your boy over here, your light monster, wherever it was from earlier, that had fairly shit effects, you don't want to play too many of it, you could play this thing just so that you could dump it with this dude if you wanted to. You can play the fire one, so you can dump it with this dude to make Purgatrios. You can dump your, I think those are the main ones. Those are the main ones you can potentially dump. So yeah, you want a lot of this card. This card is one of your better ones. If not, probably the best one. This card is really good. Do we have the draw in here? Haven't seen the draw one yet. Is that did we not get given the draw one? Because the draw one is the one that I was hoping for, but I assume that one might be the one we didn't get given. No beast. Oh, okay. Draw 1 too strong, I guess. I mean, to be fair, this deck did get quite a lot of good shit, so yeah, maybe beast will be a little bit too overkill. Yeah, if we get beast in the future, that'd be definitely a big buff for the deck. Just getting one draw is huge in Yu-Gi-Oh, so. Do we have the warrior monster sends dark monsters to the grave? No. I think you're talking about that dark, what's his name? Is it Gref? It's not Greffer, is it? Is it Greffer? This dude? I don't think we have this guy, no. Alright, Shaddoll Hedgehog. You can add one Shaddoll spell and trap card from your deck to your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can add one Shaddoll monster from your deck to your hand. Alright, so this card. Very similar to this one, in that it gives you all the resources you're looking for. So you just kind of want to max out on these ones, both these cards, I guess. Yeah, you're basically just maxing out on these guys, right? Because these are the cards that give you actually resources back and give you searches for the materials you want for fusion summoning and such. Set Hedgehog Pass. But yeah, you're probably playing quite a few of these guys. I think this card's probably at 1 the more I think about it. This is probably going to be a 1-of when you play quite a few of these dudes. I'm not sure how... Is this trap card use hand as well? Or only graveyard? This card only uses graveyard, so... If that's the case, this card's probably more relevant. The Mania Debug effect's probably also more relevant. I don't know. Normal summon else, the best Shaddoll play? True. Hedgehog 2-of? You reckon? I've kind of forgotten what this card does, so once I've read this card, I'll have a better idea, I think, of what ratios I want. Because we want to have enough Shaddoll names in the deck in general. And if we're playing a bunch of this one, a couple of this one, if we need 3 of this because it might be really, really good, then we don't need as many Hedgehog. But we'll see. I have to wait and see until I've read Wendy over here. Alright, Dark Spell Regeneration. What the hell is this thing? When an opponent's monster declares an attack, target one spell in your opponent's graveyard, set it to your field. Okay. You banish this card from your graveyard and send one Monster Reborn from your hand or set on your field to the graveyard. Special summon one Winged Dragon of Wrath from your graveyard, ignoring its summoning conditions. Aha. Then you can send one monster your opponent controls to the graveyard. Also, send that Special Summon monster to the graveyard during the end phase. Right, that was a card I just read. Yeah. We're not using this thing, okay, boys? Let's just pretend it doesn't exist. Yeah, that's we'll go with that one. It's that's just one of those cards of all time, okay? All right, moving on. So we have a reprint over here in your Vampire Sucker. Then we have your Protecting Spirit blah blah, another reprint. And finally, we have your first of your SR cards we're going through. Yuki Owner, the Icicle Mayakashi. 2+ zombie monsters. You can only control one Yuki Owner, the Icicle Mayakashi. You can I just feel like I want to do this one. This is ordered so stupidly. I want to go through the Link 2 first, then the Link 3. So let's go through this card first, then we'll go back over to it. Yuki Owner, the Ice Mayakashi. 2 Mayakashi monsters. You can only control one Yuki Owner, the Ice Mayakashi. While this card points to a synchro monster, your opponent's monsters cannot target this card for attacks. If a synchro monster in your possession is destroyed by battle or card effect, while this card is on the field, you can target one face-up monster on the field. its attack and defense become half its current attack and defense till the end of this turn. Yeah, you can only use the effect once per turn. Alright, so the main use of this card, I'm pretty sure, is just to link climb. Right? I'm pretty sure you just link climb this thing straight into the link 3, if I remember correctly. So the actual effect of this thing doesn't matter too much. But the effect is somewhat useful, I guess. Okay, the effect really isn't that great, but it's not awful. But you use this thing for link climbing, I'm pretty sure. Weird protection effect. It's not even really that... I mean, considering this thing can't be attacked, so your opponent's like forced to swing into the other ones. So they swing into the other stuff and then just reduce your opponent's stuff after they swung into it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this thing is used just for link climbing, so... Yeah, and then we link down from the link 2 back into this card to put the link 3 in the graveyard. Alright, so now let's read the link 3. You can control one Yuki owner, blah blah. You can use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can target one effect monster your opponent controls and negate its effects. So already off to a pretty good start, making sure to well, okay, that's not that great of an effect, but it is something. Quick effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard, special summon one of your zombie synchro monsters that is banished or in your graveyard. Alright, so you want to put this thing in your graveyard, so that as a quick effect, you can banish it to summon stuff during your opponent's turn. Bit of a funny card, actually. So what, you go into this card, you summon this thing, and then you summon this thing back again? Oh my god, you have to run 3 copies of this card, holy. Link into the 2 to go into the 3, back into the 2. That's kind of funny. Alright, so I guess this card's protection effects become a lot more relevant just because this thing is going to be on the field. What a weird... This Archetype's gonna be so funny to play, actually. Just have this dude on the field. Your opponent ever tries to do absolutely anything, just slam this big boy, and then your opponent's just like, oh, well, pass the turn, I guess. Or you could just summon out the level 9 and just pop one of your opponent's things, which I'm pretty sure is non-target, actually, isn't it? Are you non-target? If a single monster, if this card is special summoned from your graveyard, you can destroy one monster your opponent controls. Yeah, non-target removal. Pretty sick card, actually. Your big Yoko. And also amazing card art, so. Mayakashis do all have some sick card art. I don't think the card art's really done justice here because of the, just because it's low res. Let's see if I can grab a picture of one that looks a bit more high res. No, these are all low res too, because of course they are. Normally this has the high res ones. Nope. Oh, come on, give me one high res one. Come on, just one. There we go. That's looking a little bit better. There we go. Now we're getting some good card art. Now we're getting some good ones. I think pretty sure my face cam's actually blocking some of these now I think about it. Yeah, these card arts are fucking sick. They're very similar to like Shiranui art style. All really, really good looking. Anyway, it's completely off tangenting here, but yeah, this art type seems like it's gonna be pretty good with the skill in the game as well. This card type's at least going to be playable, I reckon. So should be good. Mayakashi is your waifu? No. My waifu will always be This is my waifu right here. Have you seen the thighs? God damn! Look at them thighs. Okay, let's move on. Alright, moving on. Gunkan Suship Uni. You can reveal one... By the way, this is the only SR for Gunkan, right? They have no ultra rares, and this is the only SR for the archetype. So very, very cheap deck. Alright, you can reveal one other Gunkan card in your hand, special summon this card from your hand, then apply the following effects based on the revealed card. You can special summon the revealed monster, place the revealed card on the bottom of the deck. You can target one Gunkan monster you control, change its level to 4 or 5, then you can add one Gunkan Suship from your deck to your hand. Alright, so this card allows you to go into level 5s, it allows you to search, and it also allows you to special summon as well, so it does a whole bunch of shit for the archetype. And you'll notice already, this thing allowing you to have special summons, on top of this thing being able to special summon, just shows off that this deck list is pretty good at spamming the field with shit. So it can sort of play through back row fairly easily with this archetype, just off of just slamming your fucking head on the keyboard so you have a bunch of monsters on the field. It can play through a lot of stuff. Oh, it doesn't add any other Gunkan card, doesn't it? You can time one Gunkan monster you control, change that to 4 or 5, then add one Gunkan Suship Shari from your deck to your hand. Wait, it doesn't? Wait, it's adding Shari, right? Only adds vanilla? Oh, that's what I was... Yeah, that's what I was mostly saying. I was just referring to it adding. Maybe I said something else before. Actually, can't this thing add the, Can this thing add this dude? Isn't this card's name treated as that anyway? You can add this dude, right? So... Either way, pretty banger card. I'm not gonna lie though, I don't think this is gonna be that great of an archetype in Duel Links. I really don't, but I'm hopeful it'll be good, because if it does turn out to be a good archetype, then it's a very, very, very cheap archetype. So if it does turn out to be good, that'd be great for free-to-play players, but I'm not super hopeful for it, I'm gonna be honest. I just don't really think it's a... Maybe I'm just too biased based on playing the deck in Master Duel, but I don't know. I'm not super hopeful for it being that great. We're missing an Xyz monster, aren't we? Which one are we missing? Who are we missing here? Wait, this is the Field Spell Searcher, isn't it? Oh, we not got the Field Spell Searcher. Oh. Now that makes me have even less faith in this deck now. Huh. Yeah, okay, I have very little faith in this deck being that great then. Not that it's going to be super bad without having this thing. This card isn't exactly that insane for the archetype or anything, but I don't know, that seems very sus. I guess this archetype just super dependent on how easy it is to summon out generic rank 4s, really. I don't know, I'm not super keen on it. We'll have to wait and see though, but I'm not super keen on it. Alright, a card I am pretty keen on though. Constella Caduceus, or whatever the fuck this card's name is. Constella... I don't know. If you control a Constella monster except Constella blah blah blah, you can special summon this card from your hand. So already off to a good start. During your main phase, you can add one Constella Spell and Trap card from your deck to your hand. Use each of the effects once per turn. A Constella Xyz monster that has this card as material gains this effect. If this card battles a light or dark monster, before damage calculation, banish that monster. Alright, so this card is pretty goddamn good, because it can search for, obviously, your Constella Spell and Trap cards. So on top of being able to special summon itself, you can also search for any of your Constella Spell and Trap cards, which, to be fair, there isn't really that many good ones if they don't add this thing, which I don't think they added. I think this is the good one, right? I don't think we got this card, so without this thing, I don't think it's in here anywhere. No, so without this thing, I think we're left grabbing just the card draw one. So just the thing that gives you card draw. Yeah, this is probably the one we're going to be adding. which isn't exactly that exciting, but it does mean you are going to be at least drawing some cards. Which drawing cards is pretty good in Duel Links.
Card games on motorcycles!
I think the main thing you'll be doing with this deck now is you're just going to be having one copy or two copies of this thing, having the one that searches for monsters, and then depending on what your hand is, depends on which one you send to the graveyard with the skill. Because you just send the one that you don't need, right? Like if you've got an extra follow-up for the following turn already, you won't send the monster to the graveyard that can search for monsters because you already have follow-up. You'll search for this card to try to grab more back row. But if you already have plenty of back row, then you'll search for the follow-up for the following turn. So I think it's probably just going to be a... it won't change how the deck works currently too much, but it's a nice little addition for it. Yeah, just nice little addition for the deck list. Yeah, I'll certainly be giving it a try at some point too. All right. I think the main downside though is the way that Kinsella is currently played, at least the way I was playing it, I wasn't really playing enough monsters where the first effect of this card, to special summon it, really makes a whole lot of sense because you're going to be one card comboing this thing anyway. But having a search from the spell card for an extra draw is pretty good. I think that's all it's really going to be used for. Alright. Next up. Machina Citadel. So this card is the card we were talking about for this thing earlier. Alright, what does this thing do? Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned by a card effect. Quick effect, you can target machine monster you control, destroy that machine monster, and all monsters your opponent controls with less attack than or equal to it. Can this thing target itself? Ooh, it can target itself. Okay. If a face-up Earth machine monster you control, except machine type destroy battle or card effect, while this card's in your graveyard, you can special summon this card. So this thing pops this thing to then revive its... Wait, can this thing revive itself? Surely that's not how this works, right? Surely you already have to have, like, this thing in the graveyard for it to use its effect. It can't just pop itself, nuke the field, revive itself. That's not how that thing works, right? No, yeah, okay. I didn't think that was how that worked. That'd be kind of silly. Alright, I see what the synergy with this card is, though. Alright, a 3000 attack card that can nuke your opponent's things and potentially revive later on. Wait, it can? Well, this thing can pop itself and then it will revive itself from that same effect? Surely not, right? That's not how that works, right? Nuke over the blue eyes? Yeah, no, it could not yet. I didn't think it could. That'd be pretty silly. Alright. Yeah, this card seems pretty good. I think the main downside is the rest of the Machina cards are pretty shit, but I guess you're just playing this in some generic Earth Machine deck anyway, so it'll be fine in something. You can probably stuff this card in somewhere. Not sure where exactly we're going to be playing it, but I'm sure we'll find some Earth Machine pile to stuff it in. Isn't that all Earth Machines are at this point? Just fucking pile decks, so that's where it's going to be stuffed into, so. Except, so no, I just say except in there? Oh, whatever. Can you play it in trains because level 10? I mean, probably. It is level 10. There are older Machina cards too. I mean, there's the Searcher one, right? And there's level 7 is the Searcher one. These two are the ones that are generally used. The other ones are fairly garbage if I remember correctly. So these two cards, and then just pile in a bunch of Earth Machines and call it a day. I don't know. Some would have to cook with this deck list. I feel like of all the decks I'm prioritizing to build, this one's very low on my priority list. So you probably won't see a Machina video from me. Probably not. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, but it's pretty low on the agenda. There's a lot of stuff in here I need to build. Shaddoll, Mayakashi, Ra, of course. Ra's probably the first video I'm going to be making. Suship, maybe. I'll think about it. Constella, probably going to be doing because it's an easy video. Yeah, so this one's probably not going to make the cut video-wise. Even if it is a fairly decent archetype, I don't think I'm going to care too much for it. You think Machina is going to be the most OP archetype from the entire box? I mean, this card's pretty good, but I don't know, maybe. Someone's going to get in the kitchen and cook up an absolute monster deck list with this thing, but it ain't going to be me. You need to build a Machina deck. No, thank you. I'm going to pass on that one. You need to read the Ultra spell later. Oh, this thing? Oh, we're going to get to this thing in a second anyway. I didn't even realize this card was in here, so we'll check this guy out in a second. Alright, moving on. Shaddoll Wendy. Flip. You can special summon Shaddoll monster from your deck in face up or face down defense position. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can special summon Shaddoll monster from your deck in face down defense position except Shaddoll Wendy. Alright, so this card is also fantastic, obviously. Summoning stuff from your deck is pretty goddamn good. Especially considering if you summon this like during your opponent's turn, there's a pretty good chance that the fusion monster you summon, or like this card might actually survive the turn, or the monster you summon might survive the turn, so you can actually use the flip monster's effect when the turn passes back to you. Yeah, so this is one of those cards you're going to see playing a bunch of. It's probably going to be like 3 of this, and like 2 of the other ones maybe, or 1 of this one, 2 of this. Not sure what the ratio is on Shaddoll monsters we actually want to run in the deck, so this one's probably going to be one you want a bunch of. It might even be a case of you just want... Is this a hard once per turn? Yeah, maybe it might even be a case of you just play like a lot of 2-ofs just because of hard ones per turn effects. Because these 3, realistically, are all doing the same sort of thing and giving you good fusion material, which is all that really matters. The other effects, being able to search and being able to special summon, are obviously good, but in general, you mostly just want the materials for fusion summoning and stuff, so it might just be a 2-off situation just so you have... Don't run into hard ones per turn problems. But I think you're probably playing 3 of this card. Alright. I don't think I need to spend too much time talking about this one though, so let's move on. Gravity Controller. So this card is a Link 1 Dark monster. So this could be used with 1 non-Link monster in the extra monster zone. This card is good for going into Alistair the Invoker plays, if I remember. So you summon Alistair, Link into this thing, then you can use this thing as fusion material. Cannot be used as Link material. It's Link material the turn it is Link summoned. This card in the extra monster zone cannot be destroyed by battle with a monster in the main monster zone. At the start of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's monster, in the extra monster zone, you can return both that monster and this card to the deck. Oh, it has to be 1 non-Link monster in the extra monster zone. Never mind, I'm talking out my ass. Never mind, I'm talking out my ass. Never mind, I'm talking out my ass. So it's a generic out to things. What was this used? I swear this thing was used with something though. This thing is an easy out to Link 310. It is literally just a generic out to just anything that's annoying. It does mean a lot of archetypes now have a generic out they can play to get rid of things like non-targeting cards. So in fact, this card's actually a really big deal because there's a lot of archetypes right now, like Cosmo, for example, and Lunalight, and the 10-year someone said in chat, that are just cards that are really annoying for decks to deal with. So if you're playing a deck list that is summoning fusion monsters or synchro monsters or something, you could at least now Link summon to this thing and be able to out those things. which is kind of nice. SP at home. Oh, gravity doesn't work against Cosmo, really? Start damage state with this card battles an opponent's monster in the extra monster zone. You can return both that opponent's monster and this card to the deck. Why doesn't it work against Cosmo? Oh, only in the extra monster zone? Oh, yeah. Yeah. True. It's only mostly a Lunalight counts. Lunalight or Tenyu. Is this card really going to see any play? Probably not, right? What deck is realistically going to run this? Shaddolls, you reckon? You think he'll be in Shaddoll? I mean, it's certainly in the more free-to-play friendly ones where you're not playing the Invoked cards, but if you're playing Invoked, there's no way you have room for this. You just plan to play your Invoked fusions and your Shaddoll fusions and call it a day. Dante? Okay, I guess that's what you could do with it. Yeah, I guess you might play it in Shaddoll, I'm not sure. I think the free-to-play ones where you're not going to have, when you're going to go like one full rotation of this box, well then you can probably stuff this card in there anyway, just because there's room in the extra deck. If you're playing something like Invoke Shaddoll, you're definitely not playing this. At least I'd be surprised if you were. It's an out to any boss monster. It's out to any boss monster in the extra monster zone, and it requires you to get rid of a synchro monster or a fusion monster. It's not like if you went into a Link 1 and then just removed that. You kind of have to commit quite a bit to go into this thing. You have to commit quite a lot to go into this thing, actually. I guess, can Mayakashi use this thing, I guess? Because Mayakashi's monsters like being in the graveyard, the synchros. I don't know why you would, though, because you're going to be going into these Link monsters, but I guess maybe if you want to go into one of the synchros, put the synchro in the graveyard with this thing or something. I don't know. I don't know. Mayakashi locks itself. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't know where you're going to be using this thing then. I don't know. Make construct, send schism, link construct, add back schism. Doesn't construct have to be sent via card effect? Oh, it doesn't have to be sent by card effect. Oh, that's true. Oh, that's very true. Is this the best Link one you can go into for that combo? Oh, that's very true, actually. That's very true. That's a Schism Searcher. Which is very strong, so that gives you removal on your opponent's turn. Is your removal and go into Winder rather than just summoning off Winder turn 1. Also makes it a bit safer against Book of Moon. Not that much safer against Book of Moon. Is the only Link one you can go into for that combo? Oh, okay. Okay, I guess Shaddoll's guaranteed playing this thing then. They're 100% playing it then. Okay, yeah, they're guaranteed playing this then. You do want to be grabbing that Schism on turn 1. Think the cards in the box to support Shaddoll? That would make sense. Yeah, that combo's completely convinced me. You definitely want that shit. That's too goddamn good. Schism is too good of a card. Alright. That even gives you the 2 monsters in graveyard, right? The Shaddoll and a Dark Monster if you want to go into a... You probably already have the materials in grave if you're already able to summon this thing, but it guarantees you have the materials to go into a Winder. Alright, anyway, let's move on. We've talked enough about this card. World Reassembly. Spin or summon World Legacy monster from your hand or deck, but destroy it during the end phase of the next turn. You can activate 1 World Reassembly per turn. Okay. So, what the... I mean, this thing allows you to summon the big dudes, right? And some of the big dudes have some decent effects. World Legacy. I mean, some of the big dudes have some decent effects. I think this one's only a normal summon. Yeah, it's only a normal summon. There's this thing, which does something. That's only a normal summon set. We don't have any of these. Actually, there's very many good targets for this in this game. In the TCG, there's some alright ones, but in this game, there isn't really that many. Level 5 World Legacy Fish. This thing? You don't want to use this thing. This thing's only on tribute, right? There's only a normal summon set as well. Yeah, this card doesn't really synergize too well with the Archetype, because all the Archetype is only on normal summon or set, so it doesn't really do a whole lot for it. Unless I'm missing something. We're getting key, right? Are we? Oh, this thing? Yeah, that's not something we're looking forward to. That's the other effect? Wait, what do you mean that's the other effect? World Armor activates on special summon? This thing? Yeah, I was talking about the negate, guys, not the search. The negate thing. Because you're activating this during your opponent's turn. So that if this card normal summon a set card in the field, quick effect, you can target one face-up monster, special summon next. Oh, sorry, to return to hand. I thought it was a negate. This thing returns something to hand. I was talking about the disruption, not the search. Wait, the spin effect doesn't require a normal summon? If this normal summon set card is on the field, quick effect, you can target one face-up monster. Huh? The fish level 5? What, this dude? If monster spells something from the next action down turn, you tribute this card, send that monster to the graveyard. Okay, so this one's this card's effect. The disruption of this card works, but then you don't get the real reason you use this card, which is the search, right? The double thing from it, the double summon from it. That still seems very, very unsynergistic. You're essentially using a trap card for a bounce or whatever it is. A trap card for remove 1. When you could just play a trap card that removes 1. Yeah, I don't see this being that great. It's just too anti-synergistic with it. If it allowed you to have the bounce from this thing and the double special summon, it'd be kind of alright, but just using this card for a remove one that only works on specifically extra deck special summons, I believe, is probably not that great. Is there a combo with level 1 fairy monster with... Huh? Ibly? I don't know. Alright, yeah, just play Compulse, smile, moving on. Alright, next up, we've already gone through this card. So we have Cosmo Town, a card I'm very excited to play, actually. In fact, I missed saying, putting this in the list of videos I'm going to make. You're 100% seeing a video of Cosmo from me, because I've actually really been enjoying Cosmo on the ladder. I've had multiple 10 wins in a row in King of Games with Cosmo over the last few days, just messing around with the Archetype. So, Cosmo currently is already a really good deck, so this card makes it a lot better. Once per turn, you can target one of your banished Cosmo monsters, return it to the hand, and if you do, lose life points equal to its original level times 100. Very useful, because your Cosmo monsters, obviously, when you destroy them, they go to the graveyard, banish themselves to summon out dudes from the deck. This thing can now grab those cards and add them back to your hand, recycling some of those banished cards. Means you don't have to play Straw Man like a lot of people were trying to do. Alright, once per turn you can reveal any number of Cosmo monsters in your hand and shuffle them into the deck, then draw cards equal to the number of cards you shuffled into the deck. Also a brilliant effect, basically allowing you to take some of the shitty Cosmos, toss them away, and grab the better Cosmos. Is this an up to effect? It is, right? Yeah, any number of Cosmo monsters. So it basically gives you a free mulligan. So, fantastic. Also, what is the, these life points equals the original level times 100. Are these guys level 10? It'd be really nice if they are. Are you level 10? Oh, you're level 8. What about you? Are you level 10? Oh, you're level 9. Just short of activating Switcheroo. Feels bad, man. That would have been really nice if it triggered Switcheroo as well. That way you have 3 lots of... Or an extra card that can trigger Switcheroo on top of the other card. That would have been pretty cool. Cosmo might be good. I think Cosmo will be good. So I think you 100% play Terraforming now, right? So you play this thing in Terraforming. I think that's just like a 100% guarantee. Whether or not you're playing this card's up for debate, because you might want to play this for summoning out Tin Can. So maybe you play this as well. Not super keen on this though, because I'm already not that keen on Tin Can as a card in general, because it makes you weak into IDP. Cosmo Town is a 2 or 3 of. That's a good... Can this thing send itself back into the deck? No, it's only Cosmo monsters. Maybe you don't play Terraforming. I don't know. It's a kind of a... You don't want to draw 2 of these. But you really do want to see the card. Maybe it's a 2 Cosmo, 1 Terraforming angle. Maybe. I think you do want to play a Terraforming. Because you either play one of this, 1 Terraforming, or you play multiple of this in a Terraforming. Because you always play a Terraforming for a deck thinner. 100%. Always play Terraforming for a deck thinner. 3 plus a Terraforming? This plus Tin Can to switch through? Oh, that's true, actually. But Tin Can's end phase, so it doesn't really matter too much. Right? Yeah, that doesn't matter too much. Did he tell you it was to get limited to 1? Just pop your Cosmo Town? True. I mean, unironically, that could happen. You could do that, right? This dude does pop Cosmo. The thing can pop your own cards, right? Yeah, it can. So you can actually pop these. I wouldn't be playing a 25 card build with Cosmo. The whole idea of this card is it makes your deck more consistent now. Making your deck bigger just kind of ruins that. So, I don't know. I don't really like that too much. Oh, E-Telly banishes during end phase? Oh yeah, it does too. Oh yeah, alright, you're not playing E-Telly. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right, you're right. You're right, alright. You're not playing this thing in this deck, never mind. Ignore that completely. Ignore that. Oh, is this not once per turn? Is this not hard once per turn? Oh, it's not. Oh, so you don't even mind drawing multiple of this. I mean, you still kind of mind drawing multiple of this because you want to have a good amount of names in hand, but that makes it even more willing to play multiple copies. Interesting. Summon, Split Rider, pop it, search Cosmojo. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. You still think E-Telly's better? I thought we just went over E-Telly banishing it during the end phase, so it makes it bad. You don't want to end on your Cosmo monster on the field. You want to end on the little one on the field, so you can use it during the opponent's turn for disruption. They'll play Allure, I think. No shot they play Allure. I wouldn't be playing Allure. Oh wait, the Allure banish now makes sense. The Allure combos with this thing now. Yeah, maybe. You could play Allure. That does make a lot of sense now. Wait, is there even a... I thought most of them are light. I guess there are just a bunch of darks in the deck. Allure, huh? Allure's definitely an interesting one. Combos super well. I don't think I want to open Allure though if I don't open Cosmo Town, but that's pretty bad way of thinking, I think. You're risking having no darks? It depends on what build you're going for. I think if you're playing Switcheroo, which I think by far is the best way to play it, by the way, currently. I think anyone not on Switcheroo was trolling their ass off. But Switcheroo means you have 3 of this card in the deck list as well. So 3 of this, 1 Dark Lady, 3 Destroyer. That's already a fuck ton of names. You're playing this guy, that's another one. That's plenty of names. Like if you're not hitting what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you're not hitting 8 in your first 4, 5, 6 from the 2 draws from Allure, you are incredibly unlucky. Like, incredibly unlucky. So I think Allure will be fine in this if you want to play it. Yeah, I'd be interested to giving Allure a try. I'd love to give it a try. A life point boost alpha, not bad, right? This deck loses quite a lot of life points. You shouldn't be if you can play a skill that's better than just trying not to die from life points, it's generally better. Oh, I say that, but a lot of decks like fucking Tenure just like, give me fucking 2,000 life points, because I won't die now. But no, I don't think you really care too much about that. Cosmo has one game plan. Summon big monster, opponent can't out big monster. And if your opponent can't out big monster, they're not hitting you for your life point damage. So you're probably fine. He's the first deck with a limit 1 card's difficult to choose. It's not that hard of a choice, because it's like, do you just want to have... It just depends on if you just want to play... It's mostly just, do you want to have this card or not, the Allure? Because if you're not playing Allure, you're just playing Terraforming just for deck thinning reasons, because it's probably better to play 2 Cosmo Town, 1 Terraforming, rather than playing 3 Cosmo Town. But if you want to play Allure just because you think the card's good in the deck, then you're just not going to play Terraforming, because Terraforming is just, yeah, it's just a deck thinner. You don't even need to play Terraforming. You can just play 3 copies of this, and it's basically the same thing. So, but Allure combos super well with this, so I'd be interested to see, I'd be interested to try it out at least. Definitely be interested to try it out at least. Alright, anyway, I spent way too much time talking about Cosmo. Let's move on from Cosmo now. Okay. Alright. Alpha is a good Cosmo skill. I don't think we're playing Alpha, boys. Just play Switcheroo. Switcheroo is so fucking good. Especially if you're playing Wicked Witch and you're not on Switcheroo, you are so trolling. Switcheroo is such a good skill, especially in a deck with so many high-level monsters. Just fixing your hands, just getting rid of low levels or getting more high levels is so good. Or drawing into back row or whatever, it's so good. Alright. Alright, so this deck, let's move on to the Ultra-Res now, boys. No more Cosmos. No more Cosmos. Cosmo probably becomes meta. If Cosmo turns out to be a really good deck, I was considering playing it in a KC Cup. I was thinking about it. Because the only way I would ever play in another KC Cup is if the deck was so completely brain damaged, I could turn my brain off, have something else on the other monitor, and just sit there with my brain off, just summoning monster every turn. And Cosmo is literally that deck, so I'd probably consider, like, trying to go for, like, a top 100 run or something. Just playing Cosmo. Just turn brain off, summon Cosmo monster. Well, that'd be kind of fun to do. Also, Cosmo gets around Winder, so if Winder became a meta-relevant card, Cosmo just summons one monster, and then your opponent has to try and deal with that. That'd be kind of sick. You'd have to summon it during your turn, though, in case the, I guess you just pop the Winder. I know Winder can't be destroyed. So you'd have to, like... Construct can destroy the... dude. Construct can actually destroy the one of your dudes. So you might have to summon it during your turn. That way you just summon something when the opponent trades into it with the Construct, and you're still fine. And that'd be kind of an interesting matchup to play. Anyway, moving on. We've talked enough about fucking Cosmo. This box feels half-baked. What does that even mean? Half-baked? Have you seen the amount of content in this box? This box is insane. It's crazy content-wise. You really like Cosmo? It's just a case of I've been playing a lot of Cosmo recently, I think. I've been playing a buttload of Cosmo recently. So, we've got a lot of recency bias for that deck. Cosmo versus Luna? Just hope to draw Ice Dragon's Prison? Lol. Wait, what do you mean? Cosmo likes playing against, Cosmo's got this thing. This thing is a direct out to any Luna-like card. That's a great matchup for you. If you're playing a lot of this card. Alright, so obviously box gets IDP as well, so already a good reason to go into the box. And then we have Ultra Rare Millennium Revelation, which is one of the 3 Ultra Rares. Holy fuck, this deck has 3 Why is it the fucking fun anime deck is just all Ultra Rares, by the way? Huh? Why is like more meta-relevant stuff all just one of Ultra Rares, but the fun anime thing is just fucking... it's expensive as all hell. It's cringe as shit. Anyway. You can send 1 Divine Beast monster from your hand to the graveyard, add 1 Monster Reborn from your deck or graveyard to your hand. You can send this face-up card to the graveyard this turn. You can special summon the Winged Dragon of Ra from your graveyard with Monster Reborn, ignoring its summoning conditions. During the end phase of the turn this card was activated, you can must send the Winged Dragon of Ra you control that was special summoned via Monster Reborn to the graveyard. Alright, so how does this combo with this dude? I guess we'll just review this card too now while we're here, just because it'll make sense to try to tie up all these cards together. So, the Winged Dragon of Ra Immortal Phoenix cannot be normal summoned or set, must be special summoned via its own effect. If the Winged Dragon of Ra is sent from the field to the graveyard while this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon this card. Okay, cards and effects cannot be activated in response to this effect's activation. This card is unaffected by other card effects. You may pay 1,000 life points, send 1 monster on the field to the graveyard. Once per turn, during the end phase, send this card to the graveyard. If you do, special summon Winged Dragon of Ra Sphere mode from your hand, deck, or graveyard, ignoring its summoning conditions. Alright. So there's a lot to unpack with this shit. The main thing to unpack is, okay, first of all, if this thing gets on the field and you've still got your battle phase, your opponent is probably dying. Because this thing, 4,000 attack, it has 1,000 life point cost to send any monster on the field to the graveyard. No once per turn written anywhere on that, I believe. So if you have 4,000 life points, you pay 3,000 of them, you've just wiped your opponent's entire field, then you have a 4,000 attack monster that's completely unaffected to everything that can just hit your opponent in the face. So if you can get this thing on the field, the deck is playable. So the question is, how hard is it to get this thing on the field? So how does this thing summon itself? It gets on the field if the Winged Dragon of Ra is sent from the field to the graveyard while this card is in your graveyard. So how the fuck do we put this thing in the graveyard? How do we get Ra on the field? Put Ra in the graveyard. This thing, right? So True Sun God? Because the True Sun God allows you to put the Ra in the graveyard. The skill is mostly for the search, right? It also it can put this guy in the graveyard, so it lets you foolish this thing to the graveyard. But I was more talking about how you get Ra on the field, then put Ra in the graveyard, which looks like you do it via just this card, right? Do we even use this Revelation thing? How does Revelation help the deck? What does Revelation even do for the deck? I guess it puts Ra on the field? But can't we put Ra on the field pretty easily anyway? God, what is the... How many card combo is needed for this shit to work? Makes Ra summonable? Okay, so we have to try to, God. It seems like we need too many pieces for this to work, right? Because you need, like, both of these. You need both of these, and you need this thing in the graveyard. Seems too hard. During the end phase? During the end phase is useless, because this thing swaps itself out for a sphere mode, right? Once per turn during the end phase, send this card to the graveyard, summon sphere mode, so yeah, that's pretty useless. This deck seems like it takes too many pieces, I think. Because you realistically gonna need this card, and you're gonna need this card for the deck to work. And the skill can search for one of them, I guess, so as long as you open the other one, you're probably okay. But then you need to search for Ra, and you need a monster, and you need to send this to the graveyard at the same time. You've already used the skill to search for one of these. It's becoming very... I don't think Ra's gonna work. The more I think about it, the more it looks like it's gonna be very it's gonna be just too many pieces needed for the deck to be functional. Too many pieces needed. I'd be surprised if this deck works. What was the second part of the Ra skill? Add monster reborn from your graveyard to your hand. If you have the Winged Dragon of Ra, divine monster contain that name on your field. Banish any of the Winged Dragon of Ra Seafarer in your field that was not spell summoned during this turn at the end of your turn. Okay. I guess we'll talk about Sphere Mode while we're here as well. So Sphere Mode, for people that don't know, can be spell summoned by requiring 3 tributes from either field. Keep in mind, when it says either field, it means your opponent's field or your field. Not both at the same time. So you can't choose 2 from your opponents, 1 from yours. It has to be 3 from your opponents or 3 from yours. You don't get to choose. Alright. To normal summon this card to the field, it does take up your normal summon, so it's not a special summon. Then shift control to this card's owner during the end phase of the next turn. Cannot attack. Your opponent cannot target this card for attacks or by card effects. You can tribute this card, special summon 1 Winged Dragon of Ra from your hand or deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. And if you do, its attack and defense become 4,000. Alright. So this card can be really annoying to deal with if you get this thing on the field, because then of course your opponent can't target it, they can't target it for an attack or anything, it just kind of sits there. And there's not a whole lot of cards that can get around non-target right now. So this could be a viable-ish sort of approach to the deck. Maybe we are just relying on just delaying 1 turn with Sphere Mode. And then going for your Ra combo maybe. And then maybe you can sort of get all the pieces together. But yeah, the Tribute 3 for this thing is not going to be a viable strat in Duel Links like it is in Master Duel. There's just not enough decks that are putting 3 monsters on the field. If you are playing this thing, it's going to be as like a one-of, purely for this Ra combo stuff. Specifically for, I think, what it was this card, right? That gives you the Sphere Mode. Yeah, this thing that gives you the egg. So you probably play only 1 of this. Imagine sitting on the egg as a win con. I know, it sounds pretty tragic. But it sounds a lot more tragic than you think, though, because if you really think about it, Duel Links in non-target removal sense, I know this is really copium, but there isn't a whole lot. A lot of decks really can't get through just the Sphere Mode. If they can't get through the Sphere Mode, you are going to be being able to go into your Phoenix on the following turn, right? Pretty easily. Potentially. Playmaker said you need 1 Phoenix, 1 Sphere, and 2 Ultra Spell from the deck. I mean, the 1 Phoenix, 1 Sphere is probably correct. Not sure about how many of this thing you need yet, though. This thing's probably a 3-0 if you're trying to go for specifically this stupid combo. I can imagine people playing Winged Dragon of Ra just to send it to the graveyard and have a huge Ra. Just add Ra to your deck, smile. And you can't IDP it because Ra can't be special summoned? Okay, true. That is true. I don't know, I'll definitely try to make this deck function, I just don't have a whole lot of faith in it. My hopes for this deck is it's at least playable. I don't really care if it's meta relevant, but if I take this onto the ladder and I lose like 7 out of 10 games I play with it, I'll be pretty depressed. I'm hoping against just like absolute shit cunts on the ladder playing their absolute dog shit decks, you can go at least like a 50% win rate, then I'll be kind of happy with it. But we'll see. That's probably enough talking about Ra for now. Let's move on to the rest of the box. Alright, moving on. Next up we have Machina Redeployment. Alright, discard 1 card, add 2 Machina monsters with different names from each other from your deck to your hand. Okay, that's pretty strong. Discard 1 Machina card, add 2 Machina cards with different names from each other from your deck to your hand, except Machina Redeployment. Huh? Oh, one's monsters, one's card. Huh? Why is it only not just got the second effect then? Wait, why has it got 2 different effects? I'm confused. Why wouldn't it just have the second effect? Isn't the second effect just include exactly what the first effect does? Wait, am I brain damaged here? What am I saying? 2 Machina monsters with different names from each other. 2 Machina cards with different names from each other. Second adds cards, not monsters. Monsters are cards. Oh, one discards a Machina card and the other... Okay, so first of all, I have to make fun of this, because it's kind of funny. The, where was it? Hang on. Second adds cards, not monsters. Hang on. Can we think about this statement a little bit further, guys? Can we break this down? Adds cards, not monsters. That is a statement right there. Cards, not monsters. Anyway. Yeah, so I get the point now. The one requires a Machina discard, the other can discard any card. That's the actual differentiation. One discards Machina cards, one discards any card. So that's why there's why they're separated. Either way, this card's fantastic, obviously. Search for 2 Machina boys. So this card can search for your dude here, it can search for your dude here, it can search for this guy here. Actually, this card can summon itself instantly then, right? And this card can discard it, right? Yeah, you can just grab this thing, grab the boss monster, discard the boss monster, summon this thing, right? So I guess, is that your main sort of combo? You're just going to grab this thing, discard this with this dude, summon this dude? Used in August. Yeah, I know what the difference in cards mean, dude. I know that this could search for cards. I was wondering why that you wouldn't have the why you would separate the two if it looked like, because you can obviously search monsters as part of cards, but obviously now I know that the discard one requires a discard of a Machina card, one requires just any old card. That's the difference between the two of them. Because otherwise the second effect is just does exactly the same as the first one does, except it can grab any card, including monsters. I think a lot of people didn't really get what I was confused about there. I'm not confused about one being able to search monsters, one being able to search spell and trap cards. I was confused about why the second effect, which can do both, was like why there was 2 effects when the second effect can do both of it. But I understand now it's because one had a discard for Machina and one doesn't have a discard for Machina. Alright, moving on. Like I said, I'm probably not going to be making a Machina video. There's too many decks on the agenda already to focus on this one, I think. Alright. Up next, we have your Magical Musket Max. Musketeer Max. This card is really funny, because this card's like a custom card level of strong, right? It's just really silly. If this card is link summoned, you can activate one of these effects. Add Magical Musket Spell and Trap cards with different names from your deck to your hand, up to the number of monsters your opponent controls. Spell summon Magical Musket monsters with different names from your deck, up to the number of spell and trap cards your opponent controls. You can use this effect once per turn. During either player's turn, you can activate Magical Musket cards from your hand. So this card is pretty crazy, but it doesn't really solve the problem Magical Musket has, where they sort of just lose if your opponent has any disruption for their normal summon. It just gives you a more powerful normal summon. Because your normal summon link off into this thing, right? But if your opponent disrupts your normal summon, you still die. So it gives you like it makes the deck stronger, but doesn't cover the weakness they have. So it doesn't really change a whole lot with the deck. Deck still just dies to a single disruption on your normal summon. Yeah, it broke him, but doesn't actually fix the musket problem. But a fantastic card, so Musket players will be happy with this thing, but it just doesn't actually fix the deck at all. Very strong if you have like a Lance though or something. If you're able to defend your normal summon, go into this thing, you're going to be popping off. Actually popping off. Too bad there's no Last Dance by Trap card negate. Magic Musket will lose to one disruption. I think on the bright side, I was going to say bright side, Magical Musket's a fairly cheap deck, but I guess now that you have to get this card, it becomes a bit more expensive. But at least most people probably own Musket just from it being a cheap deck earlier, so I guess just going into this box, you might just get an extra deck to play. Don't expect a Magical Musket video from me. I don't think I want to experience the joys of losing to one lot of disruption on your normal summon. I already had enough of that with Starry Night. Not Starry Night, fucking this thing, Constellar, which is basically the same. This thing just dies to one disruption on your normal summon. You gotta play like billions of Lance and Book of Moons just to play this archetype. Same with Musket. So these archetypes are probably roughly the same. Just main 3 Lance, Smile. At least Lance gives you a lot of synergy with the deck too, because it gives you the search from the Muskets, so. Bright side, also Cosmo Magical Muskets in the same box, support-wise. I mean, it's just, the thing that I like most about boxes like this is I really like boxes that have your main archetypes, and then they improve a bunch of other archetypes with singular cards. A lot of people don't like the singular card system because it makes the decks more expensive in general. Like if you're a brand new player opening the game now and you wanted to build the entirety of Musket, now you have to go into multiple boxes to do so, whereas before you only had to go into one. But for somebody that's been playing the game for a while, like if you've been playing the game for like multiple months and you already owned the Magical Musket deck, then releasing a new box like this with just one extra copy of a new Magical Musket card is so free-to-play friendly because it means, oh, if you want to bring out that old deck that you haven't played in years, you just need one card and you have like a brand new deck to play because they're just giving you a brand new card to play. So it's really good for players that have been, it's really rewarding for players that have been playing for ages, just not so rewarding for newer players. Which I think, to be fair at this point, most people in Duel Links are people that have been playing for ages, not new players, so it's probably better that way anyway. Did you miss the whole review stream? No, we still got a few cards to go. Not that many, but we still got a couple more to go. Yeah, I really like when they had singular cards. Especially considering, like, it means there's, like, a lot of stuff for everybody. Like, if you're not interested in the main archetypes in here, if you're a Cosmo fan, you now got a Cosmo card. If you're a Magical Musket fan, you got a Magical Musket card. If you're a fucking Suship fan, there's some Suship stuff in here. Machina stuff. There's just so many archetypes to choose from in here, you know? Constellar fan, you've got a Constellar card to play. Like, there's just so much cool stuff in here. What do you mean it's probably better? I mean it's probably better because at this point, Duel Links doesn't grow that much on new players anymore, let's be real. It's mostly just living off of its old player base. If anything, the only way Duel Links will be, like, revived again would be by bringing the players that have already played the game back into playing the game. It's not like this game doesn't get that many new players anymore. Hasn't for years. It does get some new players, but not that many. So it's probably better in a sense anyway. Alright, let's move on anyway. We spent too much time talking about this fucking bullshit. Alright. Alright. Hajun, the Winged Mayakashi. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon one Mayakashi monster from your deck, except blah blah blah. You can use each effect once per turn. You cannot special summon monsters from your extra deck except Mayakashi monsters. So this card is a 1-card combo, because this thing by itself allows you to summon out your dude. Your Mayakashi, your little dude. And this guy, when you go into a Mayakashi monster, will summon itself back to the field. When a Mayakashi monster is special summoned to your field, while this card's in the graveyard, you can just summon this thing back again. Now, someone remind me, as I haven't played a Mayakashi in decades, is this the only 1-card combo in Mayakashi to go into your full combo? There wasn't any other 1-card combos with the deck, right? It was basically just this thing. Which is fine, because I think Return just searches for it anyway. Was this the only 1-card combo Mayakashi has? Yeah, the spell can search him, but was they, I outside of just searching this particular monster. So if this particular monster didn't exist, so we're talking about like current Mayakashi. So like current Mayakashi without this thing in the game, does that have a 1-card combo? It is the only 1-card combo? Okay. I wasn't sure because I haven't played this deck in ages. Alright, so that's definitely a huge buff then. You want as many of this card as possible, and you want this thing as well. Your return. Mayakashi's gonna be such a fun deck, man. I really enjoyed Mayakashi when it was even when it was not that great of a deck. Just summoning a bunch of synchros is really fun. So I think this is gonna be a really fun deck for me to play. I'm gonna enjoy slamming a fucking whatever the fuck this card is on the field for your opponent to just not be able to deal with for a turn. Just a 3300 beat stick your opponent can't get rid of. Just sounds really funny to me. Does always have enough extra slots for full climb? The skill is thankfully going to be giving you 3 Mayakashi cards. We still don't know what 3 it's giving you, but it's giving you some Mayakashi cards. It's giving you 3 types of Mayakashi monster. Whatever that means, we don't know because we can't test it yet. So when the skill comes out, we'll know if this is actually good or not. If this is like random, that'll be so annoying. I'm really hoping it just gives us the 3 big ones. Just be useful, because the 3 big ones are different types, right? Hoping. Wait, how's it? Wait, is it type or attribute? What did it say? Add 3 types of Mayakashi. Are they not all zombies? Wait, huh? Wait, they're all zombies. Wait, how? What? 3 types of Mayakashi? Am I brain damaged? Add 3 types of Mayakashi. But aren't they all the same type? I'm confused. I'm confused, guys. My brain hurt. Earth, wind type? No, that the, isn't that attribute? Isn't type the other thing? My brain damaged. I thought, isn't that the other way around? Isn't attribute the fucking one at the top right? Yeah, maybe it means 3 attributes. Maybe it means 3 attributes. Either way, I'm just hoping the 3 cards it puts in the graveyard are going to be the big ones. Just give me this thing, and give me the fucking big dude. If it puts those 3 in the graveyard specifically, the skill will be fantastic. If it gives you random ones, then you're RNGing into the fucking lowball ones down here, these dudes, then you're going to be a bit sad. Yeah, don't be 3 random. For the love of God, don't be random. Just give me the good ones. Even if it guarantees you, like, 1 big one each time, like either this card or the level 9, the deck will be quite playable. But if it gives you the low rolls into the shit ones, holy tragedy. I guess if you're getting 3 Mayakashis, there really isn't that many synchros. So the chance of you lowballing into, like, this card, and I guess actually just those 2, right? And these, I guess lowball would be these 3. This dude, and this dude. If that's the lowest you can get, that's not too bad. You're probably, on average, going to get at least 1 of this card or this dude with 3. So it shouldn't be too bad. The little ones are fine as well. Not for, I want to not put those ones in the graveyard, preferably. As long as it's not random, so you get to save 3 extra deck slots. Maybe. I don't know. Because preferably you don't want to use all your synchros on turn 1 from the... Because now you got the link monsters, right? So if you just go into the link monsters on turn 1, you don't need to go for the synchro climb. So the skill puts the big ones in the graveyard. You don't have to go for the full synchro climb on turn 1. And then you can save your link monster, your synchro monsters for following turns to actually be able to remove things on their summon, rather than just summoning them all on turn 1 for them to do not a whole lot. Perhaps they mean Link exceeds synchro? Hell no, they don't mean that. I hope not. Think the links will be up to you? I doubt it'll be by choice. There's no skills in the game that give you a choice like that. Yeah, the ideal for this deck currently, I think, will be just, you go for this thing, you go for your dude, you go to the Link 2, go into the Link 3, go into the Link 2, use your skill, pass the turn. Not do the full synchro climb. Unless you're going second, of course. Going second, full synchro climb will actually have, like, a reason to do so. Because obviously there'll be targets for these guys. Using these guys on turn 1 is, Actually, is this thing, I was only when special summon from the graveyard, so that's not even, like, even true. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how this deck works. Maybe you just do want a full synchro climb on turn 1 anyway. Doesn't really matter either way. Probably doesn't matter too much either way. What's the point of playing Mayakashi if you're not wasting 20 minutes on the first turn synchro summoning? True. Actual base take. If you're not wasting fucking 20 minutes of your opponent's time just synchro climbing, what are you even doing with your time, man? What's even the point? Alright, let's move on to this card. This card's an interesting one. Condemned Witch. When this card... By the way, as soon as this card was added, I saw someone in the DLM... in Duel Links Meta Discord immediately make a BLS channel just for this thing. Guys, let BLS die, okay? Stop trying to find a new normal summon for that deck. Let's stop, okay? No more new normal summons for BLS. When this card is normal summoned, you can add one forbidden quick play spell from your deck to your hand. During your opponent's main phase quick effect, you can tribute this card, special summon level 4 fairy monster from your deck, except Condemned Witch. So this card, on normal summon, searches for any of your forbidden cards, which is actually fairly strong, because the forbidden cards are known to be pretty good. There's Forbidden Chalice and Lance, both of which are fantastic cards. So these cards are great. And it can then tribute itself during the opponent's turn to grab a fairy. Now, what fairies are there to choose from? There is one in particular that a lot of my Discord was spamming, and I was cringing every time they did it. Let me find it real quick. Where are you? Let me see if I can see him real quick. Where is it? Is someone in chat going to post the name? I'm sure someone knows what card I'm talking about before I even show it. What's the card's name, chat? Someone in chat knows what cards I'm talking about before I even bring it up. Where is it? The stupid fucking... No, not Manju. The cringy card. It's a fucking flood... Yeah, the Floodgate one. What the fuck's that card's name? Aurora Thingo. Aurora... This fucking thing. This dumb card. So, this card's normally really bad, because neither player can special summon monsters. When another monster is normal summoned to either play side of the field, destroy this card. But the thing is, this thing is a quick effect. So you can wait for your opponent to normal summon, and as soon as they do so, you tag it out for this thing, and then your opponent can't play the game. So, it's a really annoying card that works pretty well with Condemned Witch. So that, alongside the fact you just searched for a Chalice or a Lance. Because imagine you search for Lance, right? Then you can Lance this thing, so your opponent can't even book a moon it. But I guess they would have just book a moon to this thing first, right? And then you're probably fine. But it's kind of scary, Lance, trying to book a moon this thing, because then they can tag it out early, but I don't know what you'd tag it out for. Because the second you tag this thing out before your opponents use a normal summon for this thing, your opponent just normal summons and this thing dies, so... It'll be interesting to see what people try out. I'm hoping this doesn't become a popular BLS tech where they just play 3 copies of this, some Lance, some Chalices, and play this stupid Paragon thing. But if they do, that'd be cringe as. Then you lock yourself out of BLS and it died when the opponent normal summons next turn. You lock yourself... Yeah, you're summoning it during your opponent's turn. The point is BLS doesn't have a turn 1. So you summon this thing, pass the opponent's turn, or you summon this thing, grab your chalice or whatever, pass to the opponent's turn. Wait, BLS can't summon this thing? Does BLS have a restriction against it or something? BLS can't use the float to Paragon? Can they not? Is the skill restrict them from that or something? So if you're talking about they can't summon BLSs with this thing on the field, that's dumb, because on the following turn you're just going to normal summon and remove this. The skill locks you to only special summon linked monsters and BLS. Oh, okay, so you can't tag it out. Okay. So we're saved. So we're saved. Okay. So we're saved from at least BLS. I don't know where else you would want to play this card, though. There's no real other decks in the game that don't have, like, a normal summon, right? Or that have, like, a free normal summon slot where you can just use this thing for fun. Is there any other, like, fairy decks, maybe? Just, like, an actual fairy deck that's trying to not be cringe? Because it's summoning during the opponent's turn, so it's a bit weird to play something like Candina. That's not a normal summon anyway. Droplet in selection pack? That'd be funny. Starry Night? Which one's on spec? Quick effect, you can target light monster control, tribute it. If you do set one Starry Night, don't care. Face up level 7 monster, blah 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 blah. No. Oh, so you can use it for Astel. Okay, that's something maybe. Maybe there's something there. Okay, Astel's an interesting option. Can be in addition to Time Lords? Time Lords? What's Time Lord got to say level 4 or lower? Madolche? Nah, it's not good for Madolche because it's during your opponent's turn only, the summon. So you're looking for disruption stuff for the opponent's turn. It'd be good for Madolche if it was going first. You can search for your chalice or whatever, then swap it out, but that's not how it works. It's only during this swap is only during the opponent's turn. I don't know. It's probably not going to be that impactful of a card. I probably spent way too much time talking about it for no reason, but it's an interesting card, so got that going for it. Time Lords don't usually need normal summon? Isn't the Time Lords only normal summon? I thought Time Lords are normal summon. Are they not? Yeah, it's that Time Lords are only normal summons. That's how they work. You normal summon them. They just normal summon without tribute. Madolche can't function with monsters in the graveyard anyway. Also true. Oh, I see this guy on YouTube. Same, actually. Alright, anyway. Moving on. So, we've actually gone through these cards already. So, the final card in the box. El Shaddoll Construct. 1 Shaddoll monster plus 1 light monster. Must first be fusion summoned. If this card is special summoned, you can send 1 Shaddoll card from your deck to the graveyard. At the end of the damage step, if this card battle a special summon monster, destroy that monster. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target 1 Shaddoll spell trap card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. Alright, so this card is cool. Yeah. Sending a Shaddoll card from your deck to your graveyard will trigger your special summons from your Wendy. It will trigger your center graveyards with this dude. It would trigger the back row destroying with this, the add to hand with this. A lot of good stuff from that. And of course, this thing can battle into things to remove it. So this thing is non-target removal, which a lot of decks are actually required for at this point. Especially considering this is one of the decks that can't play IDP, by the way, because Shaddoll is, the skill locks you into special summoning only Shaddoll thingies. Only Shaddoll things or stuff from your extra deck. So, yeah, you can't use IDP in this, so it's pretty important to have some sort of non-target removal. So you're definitely going to be wanting playing 6 billion of this thing. Probably only going to want 2 copies of this, probably. Doesn't Manju only trigger on summon? I think Manju's normal summon, I think. Right? He's only normal, right? Yeah, a normal flip summon. Yeah, so this card's also really good. We spoke about earlier with the, someone in chat mentioned the combo with this card. You'll fusion summon to this thing on turn 1, link it off for this thing, which is really good because then it searches for Schism, and Schism can then be used during your opponent's turn to go into Shaddoll Winder, as well as going into the, getting a removal from this thing, because this thing can then remove a dark monster because you're summoning out Winder. And if you don't summon Winder, you might want to go for a light monster or something. You can remove a light monster or something as well. The main thing is you search for Schism with it. Look in Discord, you sent me some turn 1s, did you? Hang on. Discording. Oh, these ones? God, this thing with ooh, that's kind of cracked. Wait a minute, ending on this dude and having this to go into Winder on the following turn is cracked. Oh, is that from this hand? Is that what you're showing? Oh yeah, I guess you just use this thing. Oh yeah, so you just use the fusion spell with these two. Makes the dude go into the link, grab the dude, invocation the 2 guys in graveyard. Yeah, that's pretty. That makes sense. I wonder if Invoked is going to be the way to play this deck. I really hope it isn't. It probably is, though. Invoked has a lot of synergy with this archetype in general. My Discord should be linked in the little thingies down below, I think. Little channel button things on Twitch. Which character's going to get those skills for Shaddolls? I don't think it's going to be character specific. It's going to be the like archive skills you can put on anyone. So whichever character you feel like. Any controllers good contribute and trigger construct? Was there no limit 1 in this archetype already? Guess there isn't. Oh, so here's an example deck list from you. Oh, you're playing this card? I don't think I want to play this. I don't think I'm going to be playing this card. The fucking Neos Fusion. Alright, I think Neos Fusion's also pretty cope. I don't think we actually like the Shaddoll effects that much. The Shaddoll effects when they're sent are not that crazy. I don't think we're playing Neos Fusion. I think that's cope. I think these cards are all cope. I like these ones. I like most of the other stuff though. I think we're going to be playing one of this, 3 of this from the skill, this thing from the skill. Veilers are really good with your boy here and this dude here as well. Probably one of this for Purgatrio, target. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Neos Fusion is cope. I wouldn't say it's a horrible build, but I think Neos Fusion is pretty cope. Oh god, why are we playing these again? Why are we playing Magistus? For fuck's sake. Magistus getting hit speedrun? For fuck's sake. Let's have a look actually, because we've gone through the full box now. Let's have a look at some deck lists in here. Because these boys normally come up with the absolute juicy deck lists. Alright, Shaddoll list. What's everyone on? What's this lad on? Oh yeah, you weren't including... That's the limit 1 card I was thinking of. This is the card we're playing. There is no doubt about it. You are playing this thing. You are not playing Econ. You are playing this card. If you're not playing this card, you are trolling your ass off. This is too goddamn good in this archetype. We are playing this thing. Is this guy's already gone ahead and out of the cards? Yeah, he has. Okay. So we got 1 Veiler for the light monster target. 1 back row mover, 2 of this guy, 3 of this, 1 of this. Who's this dude again? What was this guy do? The Hound? Ugh, I'm not playing Hound. No, fuck Hound. No way I'm playing Hound. God, I'm so gonna have to. Oh, I'm gonna have to farm Alistairs. I'm gonna have to spend gems on Alistairs too. Ah, is everyone playing Alistair?
Shut up, Mokuba.
Remember when you dismantled all your
I don't
invoked
want to
stuff?
talk about it, Spectre. I don't want to talk about it. Don't remind me. Don't remind me, guys. Yeah, there's no way not playing Superply. Superply's 100% playing that. God, I think everyone's on it. 25 cards, a 40% chance to open Alistair going first. Then fucking cut some cards. I mean, you 100% cut this guy, right? You don't need him. These ones are probably needed, though. All these other ones are needed, but you can cut this card. You probably play 24. Yeah, I think you're on 24. Lance is an interesting one, because you probably need it if you're relying so heavily on Winder, which you probably are with this deck. What kind of deck is Shaddoll's? A cringe one. It's summon a card called Winder that says your opponent can't special summon more than once per turn, or both players can't special summon more than once per turn, and it's a bit cringe. You can't cut it much. Yeah, I literally just this card. I don't like this card. This is the Hound, right? Wait, is it not the Hound? Wait, that's not Hound. Who is that? Oh, it's Falco. If this card sends the graveyard by card effect, you can summon. Oh, it's the free summon. I mean, is the free summon better than just playing this card? Isn't this card a free summon as well? I've already lost him. Where's he gone? Isn't this card just a free summon as well? Like, do you really need to run this card if we're playing Wendy? Falco can resummon fusions. I don't care about the flip. I don't really care about the flip effects too much. From your deck. Maybe you do play one copy of this. So could mean you could use both of these in one turn, which could come up, I guess. Do you want to get, like, multiple fusion materials, maybe? Read that fine note. We've already done that earlier in the stream, buddy. You can scroll back in the stream if you want to hear me read this. We did that reading. Don't you worry. I read it all out on stream. I don't know, this deck's interesting. It's probably going to look very similar to this either way. I think this card's the only card I'm sort of curious about. I think you're probably going to be on Lance, because you kind of have to be. So you're going to be so heavy on Winder, then you're probably going to have to play Lance. Like, maybe I just cut this thing for a third Lance and call it a day. 3 Lance, cut this thing. I don't know. That's probably what I'll be on. At least I'll try that to start with. Oh god, another person on the Magistus fucking tech. Oh no. Oh god, oh god, we're playing Magistus. Okay, Magistus doesn't mean I have to craft Alistair. So maybe I try Magistus first, so I don't have to buy Alistair. Maybe that is actually the play. What's your overall impressions on the new box? My overall impressions is it's a banger content box. Meta relevancy wise, I'm not sure. So I think from the entire box, Shaddoll seems like it'll be playable. Mayakashi seems playable. Cosmo seems playable. Machina seems playable. There's a lot of playable stuff in here. Musket's playable. The only deck that seems like it's probably going to be pretty cope is the Ra stuff. I'm not super confident on Ra, but I'll probably give it a shot anyway. Dream Ticket Alistair? Dude, I need a Dream Ticket 3 Alistair, okay? That doesn't really work. Yeah, I think just overall the box is a banger content box, and you should probably go into it anyway, because it's just fairly... I don't know, it just seems like a fun box to me. I don't know why you wouldn't want to go into it if you had the gems. Like, of all the boxes to go into, this one's one of the really, like, fun-looking ones. Especially if you happen to own, like, one of these archetypes already. Like, if you already have Musket, or you already have Cosmo, or you already have, like, some Machina stuff, or you just got a hold of the Constellar stuff, I don't know why you wouldn't go into this box. Because you've got plenty of cool cards to play around with in here. Oh, yeah, and also IDP's in here, so that's also a good start. Wait, is the fusion spell ultra rare as well? Wait, is it actually? No way, Invocation's also ultra rare. Oh my god, it is. Fuck's sake. We don't talk about that. Alright, looks like I'm going to be trying out this list right here. I'm going to be coping on Magistus as well because I need to. Sets up a Schisms, Riola, plus any Shaddoll. Hell yeah. So, what's this do? Wait, Rio Search Invocation. Wait, are we still playing Invocation? Oh, the Magistus Invocation. Not Invocation. It searches for this thing. So what's the combo here? Rio Search Invocation. Make construct using Rionia and a Shaddoll monster using search invocation. Send Schism to the graveyard. Gravity control on top of construct. Get back Schism. So same sort of combo. Winder is live with construct, a Shaddoll monster, and the material used for construct. This seems pretty good. I might actually unironically give this a try. Over playing Invoke, just so I don't have to craft it. Or craft it. So I don't have to dig for it. Time to play Magistus, Engine, and Alistair Engine? Holy shit, this dude's deck list is going for 40 cards. He's playing 40 cards in Duel Links. Alright, any other spice in here before we check out the other channels? Quick little scroll, looking for some spice. No more spice? Alright, let's check out the Mayakashi channel. What are they cooking in here? Any cookers? Any chefs? I don't think there's any chefs in here right yet. No chefs yet. Feels bad, man. Alright, let's have a look at Ra. Ah, yes. My favorite Ra deck list. The Winged Dragon of Ra hack, combo broken anime skill, back to Fortnite. For fuck's sake. Why is this channel just people memeing? What is wrong? Okay, guys. Alright. The chefs haven't got a hold of Ra yet either, apparently. Alright, any Musket chef? I think Musket is just add the link monster, call it a day, so probably not too exciting. Machina, no chefs with this deck list yet either. No, where's all the chefs at, man? Cosmo, I assume there's going to be... there's just literally adding 2 cards for this, right? Oh, we're playing the 3 of this card, and we're playing Gold Sark. I assume this is for the new card. Well, this is like a full banish build. I don't know about that one. Not playing... I guess this deck plays... This version of the deck plays really well into IDP. Because you don't go for, Lil Cosmo guy. I think playing around IDP is probably a bit too copium by not playing the, little guy. Because the little guy, at the end of the day, is giving you a net 1 card. Just giving you a card to your hand. And just adding cards to hand, it's got to be good. It's just giving you a +1, so I don't know. Can I have a shout out for my YouTube? Yeah, hey, here you go, buddy. Hey, Mr. Everyone, here's Mr. LLMO. Feel free to check them out. I hope they don't upload things that they shouldn't be, and I've just shouted out a neo-Nazi or something. Hopefully they're a good person who uploads quality content. Feel free to check them out. Alright, there you go. Huge shout out. Alright, what else we got? What else was from the new stuff? Gunkan Suship? Any cookers in here? Surely there's some chefs in the sushi channel, right? No chefs in the sushi channel? Okay. Alright, I think that's basically it. Unless did my Discord have anything? Any chefs in my own Discord? No chefs in here. Man, all the chefs are fucking not awake yet, apparently. Alright, never mind. Alright. So I think that's basically it, boys. Have we got any other remarks you want to talk about? Yeah, where are the sushi chefs at? That's the real question. Playing into IDP also gives you fuel for trap negates. Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Filling up the graveyard is also good for that. Yeah, that's true. But there's not that many trap cards you want to negate in that deck list anyway. Shut up, Fluffy. Have you been here the entire time, Fluffy? Were you here for the entire stream? Holy. A non-Yu-Gi-Oh player staying for the whole stream? That's crazy. So you were at the start, weren't you? Two vs G's are pretty straightforward at the moment. It's just whether they go for the Battlemore skill or the Order of Chaos skill. Oh yeah, that's right. You can play the fucking rank 4 skill with this deck. We can try this shit out. Yes and no was on second monitor. Hey, that's that same shit. That's basically there for the whole time. Play Order of Chaos skill is kind of crazy. Any sleeper cards no one will think about? Sleeper cards? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure every card's like well known as being okay. Like all these cards, like all the one-off good cards, like the Cosmo Field Spell, where is it? This card, the Musket. They're all really good cards. The Constellar card, they're all really good for their archetypes, and they're all sleepers in here. They're all just good shit. I mean, other than of course my boy Draw Muscle over here. Now that guy's a real sleeper. No one knows about the hidden Draw Muscle tech. They're missing out.
Card games on motorcycles!
Magic-y Suship be pretty pog, you reckon? The new event Floodgate Trap seems interesting. New event card? Oh, is it from the leaks, these ones? Like in here? No, it's not in here. Is it this thing? Neither player can activate the effects of monsters without a level in response to this card's activation. Target plays a monster without a level on the field. For this turn, any battle damage. Did you not read the rest of the card's effect? Did you read this card as just this thing? Because this thing isn't a floodgate. This is just in response to this card's activation. Is this the card you're talking about? Giant Starfall? Is the card I was just looking at? Yeah, that card is a card that exists. Neither player equal Floodgate, smile. Oh, finish reading it? Hang on. Did I miss something? Any battle damage, it halved. Target face a monster, blah, 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 blah. It can activate its effects, be destroyed, also its attack becomes 0. No, I don't see the Floodgate part of this. Where's the Floodgate in this? It doesn't seem like a Floodgate card. Just play Warning Point? Now that's true. Now we're getting to the real point of the matter. It's there. How hard do I need to look to find the floodgate, Marco? How far do I need to zoom in? How deep do I need to dig on the card before we see the floodgate? Beast when sent draws a card. Beast isn't being added. Otherwise 100% we're playing Beast. If Beast was in the game, we're 100% playing it, but it's not in the game. Yeah, it would have been a floodgate if it didn't include the rest of the effect. But that is true. You do speak facts. I'll draw a muscle and pinpoint landing. Holy shit. Both at the same time? That'd be crazy. Yeah, it's not a bad card. The without level thing is a little bit cringe though. You are just sort of hoping your opponent's playing a Link deck. Or Xyz. And you're also hoping the Link monster or Xyz monster isn't an effect that activates on summon, right? Because this thing doesn't negate the effects, it just stops you activating them. So if it's an effect on summon, like you summon an Xyz monster that immediately goes off, or you summon a Link monster that immediately goes off. Not that there's many of them that actually do that. But if there is one, no, it doesn't work in response to that. Silson Origin is crazy. What, the Link monster? It's pretty bad. Because you can summon to the extra monster zone, so your opponent gets 2 zones they can still summon to, so it doesn't really change much. Oh, the new pen seems pretty fun, though. Is it in here anywhere? Why is the new pen not shown? There's a new pen monster released or being released. That's pretty good. It basically just turns your deck into an Into the Void if you don't play extra deck. It's a card that lets you tribute itself to go to the extra deck to let you draw a card, and then you can special summon it to the field. But the downside is you can't use extra deck, so it's a pretty cool card. Yeah, Monarch's about to go crazy. It's a Monarch card. Book of Taiju. If we're is this the thing that flips cards face up? If so, hell no. Look, if you're relying on the flip effects of the Shaddolls, stop. Okay? Just pretend the Shaddolls don't have flip effects and play them for everything else. The Shaddolls are good, the flip effects, they're still flip monsters, ignore them. Let's not talk about the flip effects. If you can use the flip effect of the card, fantastic. If you can't, whatever, who cares? Night of Raisin, thanks for tuning in, buddy. Yeah, it's upstart for no extra deck. It's actually 1:50 AM right now. Shaddoll Dragon equal full combo. Yeah, that's a fantastic turn 1. Just fucking set the fucking where is he at? Where's my there's my Man-Eater bug. There's my boy. Set the Man-Eater bug pass. I think we're gonna pass on that one. Yeah, I don't know how good Shaddoll will be. Shaddoll's every deck in here is really hard to try to judge. Duel Links in general can be pretty hard to judge decks because you got so much bias from playing Master Duel or TCG stuff. Like my bias is that Suship has to be garbage just because it is garbage in Master Duel. But that could be completely not true in this game. But I feel like it's not gonna be great. There's no way Shaddoll isn't great though, right? Surely Shaddoll's good. Like surely. Oh. Any chefs? Any more chefs? No chefs. Feels bad, man. All the chefs are fucking sleeping. There's a new man-eater bug with the leaks at the bottom. Oh, hang on, that's right. We haven't actually gone through the leaks yet. Fuck it. Let's go through the leaks right now. Why not? So we've got some new leaked cards. Do we care enough to go through the Rush Duel cards? Let's take a vote, boys. Do we care about going through the Rush Duel cards right now? Do I go through the Rush leaked as well? We'll have a little vote in chat. Yes or no, boys? Do I talk about the Rush Duel cards as well? Read the Rush cards. Boggers! No? That's a lot of no's. What's a Rush Duel? Only the vanillas? Fuck you. Oh, I mean, all these no's, but this one's got a cute emote next to it. That's like at least 5 votes right there. That's at least 5 votes on. That's a lot of votes right there. I don't know if I can say no to that. Alright, let's have a look at some of these cards at least. Alright, let's start off with the non-rush ones, maybe. I can't be bothered going through rush cards now. Alright, so first of all, we have a Man-Eater bug right here. Mimicking Man-Eater bug. Target one monster on the field, destroy it. If you do, this card gains attack equal to the monster's original attack. Then you can change this card's type to that monster's original type. Cannot be destroyed by battle. Cannot be destroyed by the effects of monsters with the same type. God damn, that is a fat Man-Eater bug. That's actually a pretty stacked Man-Eater bug right there. Holy. I don't think we're playing it in anything, but that's pretty cool. Man-Eater bug getting a retrain, pretty cool. Man-Eater bug hitting the gym, hell yeah, this dude's gotten on some fucking roids or something. This dude's been eating his wheat bix. Alright. Skilled Brown Magician. Alright. Each time a spell card is activated, place one spell counter on this card. When the spell resolves, you can remove one spell counter from this card and activate one of these effects. This card gains 1500 attack and increases level by 1. Add one Karibo monster or multiply from your deck to your hand. A Karibo searcher? I mean, it's kind of funny, but I don't know if I don't know if we need a Karibo searcher in this game, I'll be honest. And we're getting the good crawlers that can see play. Crawlers isn't exactly the most fun deck to play against, I'll be honest. Especially Mr. Deus Ex, whatever his name is. Big Floodgate Man. Skilled what magician? Shut up, bless. Read vanillas. Do I really need to read the fucking vanillas? Alright, Beast Gear Buggy Dog. What is going on in this car? Is that a dog driving a fucking car? Oh my god, he's got the fucking cool, the Wicked glasses on. Fuck, is Wicked in my chat? I got Wicked? Fuck. Wicked. Oh my god, I have got Wicked. He's got the Wicked glasses on. It's Doggo with Wicked glasses. Oh, that's fucking cool. Alright, Rush might be a fucking shitty format right now, but goddamn does their art fucking clap. He's wearing the Wicked glasses, dude. Look at that shit. Isn't that cool as? It's literally the Wicked emote. Look at that fucking doggo. He's literally the Wicked emote. That's actually cool as. A canine that extorts scraps of dog food from an old man. He extorts them? That's pretty fucked up. He's full of himself and acts tough, but has no real convictions. He used to hate living on a leash, but now he feels that he was happier just to have an owner. What the hell? Beast Gear Gyro Jackal. This guy doesn't seem as fun. A beast that drives around wildly, also always in search of some fun. He is petty and only picks fights he thinks he can win, so he often falls to unexpected counterattacks. He grows uninhibited when he's got friends around him, which leads to misunderstandings. He still hasn't figured out what he can't do anything on his own. Oh, that he can't do anything on his own. Okay. Beast Gear Moto Wolf. A bee's continuously looting citizens of their food and gasoline. Hell yeah. A fucking robber. He might appear to be a lone wolf, but he believes that evil is right and done. Everything he can for his gain. For such a wicked criminal, one can't help but wonder why his distant howls touch the heart so deeply. Damn, that was deep. That was deep. Alright, then we have a fast, lethal creature with very dangerous claws. Holy. Wait, it's a Nico, but it's got like bug ears. How's that a cat? It's got like bug stuff on it. Is it Nico like cat? Okay. Anyway, back to the plot. Let's talk more about these. Let's talk about these final 3 cards here. Avida, Rebuilder of Worlds. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned from the hand by there being at least 8 or more linked monsters of different names on the field and or graveyard. Holy 8? That's a lot of cards. There's not even that many cards in our extra decks. Well, there is, but there's exactly 8. You cannot special summon other monsters the turn you special summon this card. This card's special summon cannot be negated. If this card's special summoned, shuffle other cards that are banished on the field and in the graveyard into the deck. Neither player can activate cards in response to this activation. Alright, cool ass card, but there's no fucking chance you're ever summoning this thing in Duel Links. We have 8 slots in our extra deck. It's not happening. It's just not happening. It'd take a fucking miracle. Oh yeah, I guess you can. True, we can use this thing to summon it. Does that trigger its effects though? I doubt it. Actually, it probably could. It would trigger its effects. My god. You can use links in the opponent's graveyard, but that's still a fuck ton of links needed for that shit. There's no shot. Bet I'm gonna summon it. Okay, you go right ahead. You send me a screenshot of you doing it too. Alright, you go right ahead, Mr. FBI. Oh, Code Talker skill, I guess. That does put some in the graveyard. That is true. Alright. Hey, maybe the Mayakashi skill will put 3 link monsters in your graveyard. It doesn't specify synchros, right? Maybe we'll just play with the Mayakashi skill just to fill up the graveyard. Anyway. Disregard the fact that it has a bunch of restrictions on it. Alright, Dark Diviner. 1 Dark Tuner plus 1 non-tuner insect type monster. This card cannot be destroyed by battle. Okay. When this card declares an attack, if the attack of the attack target is higher than this attack, the attack of the attack target becomes equal to... What's this fucking tongue twister? Equal to this face-up card's current attack. This change lasts until the end of this battle phase. When this card destroys opponent's by battle into the graveyard, send the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck to the graveyard. Honestly, not the worst, but nah, it's not really going to make much of an impact in anything. Who the fuck's playing insects right now? And finally, we have this card, which is actually a decent-ish card. The Karanigor 2450. During either player's turn, when another card or effect is activated that targets exactly 1 card on the field, so not necessarily this card, you could use this thing to protect a field spell, for example. You can attach 1 Exceeds material from this card, then target another card on the field. That would be an appropriate target. This card now targets the card now targets the new target. So a pretty cool card, but that can protect certain things on your field, not just itself. But in general, it's only 2400 attack, so it's not very problematic to deal with. But it can be pretty cool to protect your shit from being removed, like field spells and whatnot. Today I'll compulse my opponent's Xyz monster, clueless. Yeah, redirects targeting effects, which is pretty cool. It's not a bad card, and it's probably going to be an event card, judging by it being a leak, so for an event card, not bad. Will it be running anything? Probably not. We've got plenty of good Link 4, Xyz monsters Xyz 4s in the game currently. I don't think this makes the cut compared to other stuff, but it's fairly cool. Be careful not to compulse your own card. I don't think you can. Oh, is compulse specify enemy? Actually, I don't think compulse does specify enemy. You probably can compulse your own card. Ah, you can, never mind. Target MST with MST. Based. Alright. And I think that's just about it for this box review, boys. I think we've actually milked the shit out of this page. This stream has been milked for as much content as physically possible, and I think we're out, boys. Alright, it's been fun, lads, but I think we've reached the end of the stream. If you want to see me building these decks and trying out all these new cards and messing around, obviously head over to the YouTube channel. Hit that fantastic big fat red subscribe button, whether that is. You can follow the Twitch channel if you're new to Twitch as well, and you want to follow this channel. I stream fairly-ish regularly. Copium, like once every week, generally. Sometimes once every 2 weeks. But yeah. That's going to do it for the box review, boys. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope to see you in the next stream.